Oh, looks like it's working. All right, what's going on, folks? Ted from Nerd Immersion here. We're going to be checking out this UA playtest deep dive that is apparently coming out and launching here. I'm sorry, one of my lights is flickering, I think. In just 2 minutes from now or so. And I thought we could do a live react together. And also see if the packet comes out, because I don't want to do the deep dive video if the packet's out, because if the packet's out, we'll just read the packet, but I guess we'll see what happens. We just make we got 2 minutes here till it actually goes live, but I figure you could hang out over there and watch it, or you could just hang out here with me and watch it, you know, together. So, let's see. Let's go ahead and make a post about this. Also, hello, everyone. Welcome to this this chat here. So, like I said, there is a video that's going to go live on the D&D channel in 1 minute. Deep dive on playtest packet. Playtest packet 7. All right. So the video goes live. We'll go see. Is it gonna go live on D&D Beyond, or are they just gonna do? I'd be really bummed if they're just doing like the deep dive video and like the Unearthed Arcana comes out tomorrow. That would be unfortunate, but they've done that before. So I'm hoping that this coincides, but I guess we'll find out in just a little bit. Okay, it is officially noon. Let's go ahead and refresh here and then jump over and take a look at this video. Oh, here we go. Oh, you know what? First, I'm gonna break out your chat over here. Oh, it's got a countdown timer still. All right. This audio is I don't I don't love this sound they got playing, but $56 seconds, folks. Quite the dramatic build-up, huh? The only downside is we won't be able to watch it on double speed because it's going to be a live video.
Hello everyone, we've got another Unearthed Arcana with Jeremy Crawford, and shortly after this video you will have access to that PDF, and as always we need your...
Okay, we're going to get it today. That's awesome.
We have a lot of classes, we have a lot of subclasses, and a whole bunch of stuff to...
monk updates for sure.
What can we expect?
So in Unearthed Arcana for the Player's Handbook, and this is number 7, we are returning to the classes that were featured in UA 5. So that's the fighter, the barbarian, the sorcerer, the warlock, and
No
the
monk
wizard.
love again.
And now making revisions to those classes based on the feedback we got on UA 5.
Right.
In addition to that, so in addition to getting to see a new take on those 5 classes, now reflecting feedback we received, we're also including a bunch of other subclasses. So just as we did for the classes that were in UA 6, where now suddenly each class had multiple subclasses as a part of the playtest, we're now doing that for these classes as well. And that includes even 2 brand new subclasses.
Okay.
You're going to see a brand new subclass in the Barbarian.
All right.
Path of the World Tree.
And
also a brand new subclass in the Fighter called the Brawler.
Yeah.
And these
unarmed fighter.
Really fun
That's what that'll be a bit.
subclasses. One of them, the Brawler, is all about being a fighter who specializes in improvised weapons and unarmed strikes. This is the fighter who might spend more time clobbering people with chairs than with conventional weapons.
Okay.
And we think people are going to have a ball with it.
Here's the thing.
And then the Path of the World
Is it better than the monk?
Is a barbarian subclass that delves into the cosmic story of D&D, that there is this world tree that actually connects all worlds, and this barbarian, when they rage, taps into the power of that tree. And one of the I think iconic things for this subclass is being able to summon up the roots of the world tree to pull people toward the barbarian. I like to think of people running away from this barbarian and this barbarian going, and using these mystic roots of the tree to pull people toward them.
Yeah.
At higher level, you'll even be able to use the roots of the tree to take yourself and your companions to a teleportation circle elsewhere in the world that you're on, or even to another plane of existence. So this is also
magic from my barbarian.
a
Get your
rare
magic out of my
case
barbarian.
of the barbarian class in one of its subclasses gaining access to things like planar travel or long distance
I
teleportation.
don't love it personally.
And this is us exploring the edges of each class. We do this with subclasses where we sort of pace out the outer boundaries of each class and see, is there some theme we haven't hit yet in
The
this
real question
class? And we're doing that with Path of the World Tree and the Barbarian.
If people
as
don't
well
like
as
it,
in
will
the
this
Fighter.
get cut, or is it too
The
late in the
fighter's
design
identity
process?
has long been the master of weapons and armor, and we realized
We're gonna get brass
something
knuckles
we hadn't explored yet
for all
in
the
5th
weapon
edition
mastery nonsense?
is being a master of also improvised weapons. And so this fighter is going to be able to pick up all sorts of odds and ends and then apply weapon mastery properties to them.
Oh, okay,
so the
there it is.
Brawler especially is able to
Brawler may be a standout
delve
hit,
into
in
the
my
weapon
opinion. I bet
mastery
you
system
it's just,
and
is
take
it
some
better
of
than
those
the monk, which
properties and
means
apply
then
them
monk
to
loses
this
again?
table leg or that poker from next to the
Oh,
fire.
that's gonna be fun with expertise, yeah.
Or this broken bottle. The Brawler is all about taking
I don't
things in
disagree
the environment
Dungeon
or
Doctor,
the Brawler's
but,
own body.
You know, I mean,
and
why wouldn't you? If
using
I
those
mean,
things as weapons.
other than,
That's
you know,
perfect.
the social
And then
faux pas
we
of it, but-
have, again, revised versions of the subclasses in all of these 5 classes. We also have some revised spells in this UA.
Okay.
Sorceress Burst and Arcane Eruption return from UA 5. Those spells were enjoyed, and so they're here again. They've
Okay.
been tweaked. We also
said
have a
it'd be
new version
available
of
after the
Counter
video.
Spell for people to try out,
Right.
and a new version of the Jump Spell.
A new version of
for people
Counterspell
to
and Jump.
experiment with.
Interesting.
But I maybe can talk more about those things once we dive into the classes.
Yeah, so where do you want to start? Do you like alphabetically?
Yeah, sure. How about we do the Barbarian and the Fighter first?
Okay.
Although, before we dive into any particular class, one other thing I should point out that pertains not only to the spellcasters in this Unearthed Arcana, but also the spellcasters who appeared in the previous Unearthed Arcana, UA6. The survey for which is closed, and actually our team is now going through the feedback on UA6. A big shift in UA7 is in UA7 we are going back to using class spell lists. We've been having fun for a number of Unearthed Arcanas, experimenting with the Arcane, Divine, and Primal lists. But what we have found is that while those lists worked very well for certain classes, for instance, it was a big boon for the Ranger to gain access to the entire
let's take
Primal
more away
list,
from the Ranger, sure.
we have found that for other classes, shifting to those big lists tended to dampen their identity. For example, the Wizard, a big part of their identity in the game is having the biggest spell list in the game.
Right.
And by multiple classes now essentially sharing the Wizard's spell list,
oh my god,
the fan response was understandably that the Wizard's identity was being
didn't feel like
diminished.
that. I mean, again,
We
I'm not
also
the
found
community,
that
so
in this Unearthed Arcana, the return to Warlocks having pact magic, that also meant, and that's a spoiler because we haven't gotten to the Warlock yet,
okay,
yeah.
so
but
going back
yes,
to
Warlocks
pack,
have
that's
returned to
fine.
having pact magic in this UA. Well, a part of that shift means they need to also go back to having their own spell list, because given how pact magic works, where you have this constrained set of spell slots that all sort of move up to your highest level slot, means Warlocks must have, when they have pact magic, a heavily curated spell list. Because there are some spells that just become too powerful if you get to just push the 5th level version button of that over and over and over again. We also have found that as much fun as we had experimenting with the Bard, getting to choose from one of those 3 lists, you and I talked about it in a previous video, it's a really neat story idea. We have found that there are some identity degrading characteristics of that for the Bard, and so we were also eager to get back to class spell lists for the Bard. So, in summary, you're going to see all the spellcasters in UA7 are back to using class spell lists, and the classes that appeared in UA6 will also go back to using class spell lists. So that's an important overview thing that connects not only to the Sorcerer, the Warlock, and the Wizard who are in UA7, but also to the Eldritch Knight who is in UA7.
Right.
Because the Eldritch Knight, rather than referring to the Arcane spell list, just as the subclass does in 2014, uses the Wizard spell list.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about the Barbarian. I'm really excited for, well, I'm really excited for the new one because I love Idrisil stuff. I love World Tree stuff. So
the Barbarian, the base class, has received a number of tweaks and enhancements. Danger Sense from 2014, it is back at 2nd level, and we've now made it so that it works even if you have the blinded or deafened condition.
Oh, nice.
We wanted to make it easier for the Barbarian to use this feature.
I thought all the changes to Barb were really good.
Given the fact that
I don't think it
many
needs to
Barbarian
change
features
much,
they're not magical per se, but there is an extraordinary quality to them. The Barbarian is one of those classes in a kind of interesting gray area between our full-on magical classes and then our classes like the Fighter and the Rogue, who at their sort of base form have no magic. The Barbarian, because of their rage and some of their other capabilities,
Barbarian
in this interesting
is halfway
realm
between Fighter and full caster? What is
full
happening?
on magic over here and no magic over here. The Monk is another example of a class that's in that sort of in-between space.
The in-betweens
And so
are
with
Paladin
that in
and Ranger.
mind, we
Stop
decided
trying to muddy the
relax
waters.
The restriction on Danger Sense. We also have made an important tweak to Reckless Attack. We've now made it so that all of its effects last until the start of your next turn. That might seem minor, but it's actually
no,
huge,
that gets
because
for
it now
opportunity
means
attacks.
Barbarians can benefit from Reckless Attack on things like an opportunity attack.
attacks. Okay, that's not bad.
But also in subclass
It's also how it
features
works
like
in Baldur's
retaliation.
Gate, but that's fine.
And so really, if you turn on Reckless Attack, you're not only going to benefit from it on the turn you activated it on, but you will also benefit from it should you take a reaction before the start
This
of
is a
your
good
next turn,
adjustment.
like an opportunity attack.
This is a good
so
adjustment.
you're gonna get
I
advantage
applaud this
on that
adjustment.
attack roll as well. This also has the nice effect of unifying the feature's duration, because the way we had it before, essentially the good part for the barbarian
happened on your
lasted
turn.
only until the end of the turn on which you activated the feature, but the bad part lasted until the start of your next turn. So we've decided we're just going to have one duration.
This is a
for the
clean
entire
update. I
feature,
appreciate
and
this
that means
update.
the
I'm on
barbarian
board
gets that
for
sort of
this.
juiciness in more circumstances during a battle.
No, I understand.
We've also made some level shifts. You're going to see that in all of the classes, where in a few places, a feature may not have changed in how it functions, but its level has changed. So an example of that is Primal Knowledge has moved to level 3 from level 2, and that was in response to both feedback that it felt like it was crowding out Danger Sense at level 2, and also we gave Primal Knowledge with a different function in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything at 3rd level, so we decided to unify there and have that feature now be at 3rd level. Speaking of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, we have also imported, responding to popular demand, imported Instinctive Pounce from Tasha's Cauldron.
Nice.
And you're actually going to see that a lot in this UA, and we will continue to do the same thing for the
That's
classes
fine. Instinctive
that we're
Pounce
in
is a good
UA
move.
6, of bringing over popular tech from Tasha's Cauldron. We were
tech.
intentionally careful about how much we did that earlier in this UA process, partly because we wanted to experiment with some things that weren't in Tasha's.
Yeah.
But we've actually been really gratified how much during the playtest process people have indicated in their comments, oh, I really like that feature from Tasha's. Can you just give that to us all the time?
Yeah.
So you're going to see a lot of those features ending up in the final versions of these classes. We've also restored Brutal Critical to being a die roll.
Oh, I kind of like the new Brutal Critical, actually.
Of one of your weapon dice, we've made it just, no matter what weapon you're using, it's a D12. And we did this because we want the barbarian to feel good about Brutal Critical, no matter what weapon you're wielding. Because there used to be this, in some cases, feel good because of the weapon you chose and how it interacted with Brutal Critical. But then other cases where there was feel bad because you almost felt like the weapon you were wielding was punishing you when you scored a critical hit.
Right.
So we've now made it that no matter what you're wielding as a barbarian, if you score a critical hit, you get to add a D12 onto that.
Like if you've got a spoon, you get to roll a D12 on that.
You're a barbarian.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that goes up. So at 13th level, it increases to 2d12.
Okay,
and then
I'm on
at
board with this
17th
change.
level to 3d12.
I'm on board with this change.
Adding. Now, some barbarians were already doing that in 2014, but now we've made it so all barbarians, no matter what.
So if you want to wield a greatsword,
you're going to have
and rock your 2d6 or your maul with 2d6.
And
you don't have to use the great axe.
We expect with the
and again, weapon mastery too, right?
That you will often be using reckless attack, and anytime you have advantage, you are increasing the odds that you're going to score a critical hit. I bring this up because sometimes we see requests for the barbarian to have a crit range expander like the champion fighter does. And the main reason we have not introduced such a crit range expander to the base barbarian class is because of reckless attack. And so in many ways, I think it's good for people to think of reckless attack as that is your crit expander.
Yeah, I think most of us do.
Because anytime you're rolling multiple d20s,
or you just multi-class in the champion to get
whether you hit or not,
that little bit of extra.
You are upping the chance that one of those dice is going to have a 20 on it.
Yeah, that's right.
And then we have some things returning to the levels that they were at previously. And because of Primal Champion returning to level 20, it now gives you the full +4 to your strength and con that it did.
Okay, that's a nice adjustment. We like that.
That's a lot. What other barbarians are also showing up in this?
We have the Path of the Berserker, Path of the Wildheart, Path of the World Tree.
They
and
changed
Path of
it
the
to
Zealot.
match Baldur's
Now,
Gate.
one of those names might
Path
have
of the
sounded
Wild Heart.
unfamiliar, Path of the Wild Heart.
Right.
That is the subclass formerly known as the Path of the Totem Warrior. Same subclass, new name. People who've played Baldur's Gate 3 will recognize the
Yes,
name
yeah.
because that's the name there. And what many people
They're
don't know,
doing
which I
it.
can reveal
They're-
in this video,
We knew
is
this.
we worked, and by we I mean I personally worked with Larian to name that subclass.
Yeah.
And we knew at the time that we would end up unifying the name when we eventually came to the 2024 Player's Handbook version of the game. So first off, I can really quickly say the Berserker is back, but with very little changed in it. It was super popular the last time we showed it.
Right.
So we saw, all right, people dig it. And the only change we've made there is that Intimidating Presence is now a bonus action rather
Nice.
than an action. So it's going to be
Big
easier,
shift in the right direction.
to
Even better.
Strike
Very good.
fear into the hearts of people who are around you on the battlefield. When it comes to Path of the Wild Heart,
Is it exactly like Baldur's Gate
the
3?
overall shape of this subclass is the same as it was in 2014, where you have certain supernatural abilities connected to animals, and that includes, you gain the ability to use the Beast Sense spell, the Commune with Nature spell,
Right.
and then at the other levels, you pick an animal and you get a characteristic associated with that animal. What's different here is, first off, we have retuned many of these options. There are 9 of these options, so I'm not going to go into every change.
Right.
Just as in our videos about changes to meta
They might have
magic
copied
or
Larian's
Eldritch
monk, we'll
Invocations,
find
we
out.
also did
Yeah.
not go into every
In the
single
next
one.
Well, yeah, that's why we have a PDF on the, on
Yes,
the site,
and,
right?
and I encourage people to dive into the design notes, not only
Yeah.
in the Path of the Wild Heart, but in every other section of
Oh,
this
don't worry.
PDF,
We will shortly
because
after
we have
this.
summarized there for you what changed.
Okay, I'm excited to read
The
it.
sort of top line of what's changed in these 9 different animal options is we have taken some of them that before were lackluster and made them better.
AKA
And
Baldur's
we've
Gate 3.
taken some, and mostly one, that was wildly overpowered.
Oh, no,
and
don't you go
rotted along
nerfing my
with the
bear.
others. That one I'm talking about, which probably most barbarian players
Do
know what
not,
I'm
you
talking
don't
about,
do it.
is the bear option
Boo.
at level 3.
Right.
Boo.
So I have to,
No,
I have
no,
to
no,
tell it to everybody
no.
straight that the
No,
bear
no, no.
option is no longer going to give you resistance to every damage type but one. Instead, it will now.
How are you going to make this up to people?
Instead, you now will choose 2 damage types that you have
Boo.
resistance to.
Right.
We've also now made it so that whenever you gain a barbarian level, you can change any of these animal options that you have selected.
Okay.
Because we want people to really dig into the fantasy of you're drawing on power from different animal aspects, not necessarily one all the time. To help reinforce that theme, we've also renamed 6 of the 9 options. It used to be that they were
Video
all
first.
bear, eagle, or wolf, and those 3 were repeated throughout the subclass. Bear, eagle, and wolf remain at level 3, but at levels 6 and 14, all the animal names are different. We've done this also partly because people, despite the fact the 2014 rules said otherwise, have sometimes had the misimpression that if they chose bear at the beginning, they had to choose bear all the way through. Or if they
Right.
choose wolf at the beginning, they had to
Okay.
choose
I
wolf all
guess
the way
that could
through.
be a thing, but
It's now impossible to have that perception because none of the animal names are repeated.
Right.
So now at level 6, instead of having eagle, you have owl. Instead of
Okay.
having wolf, you have spider. Instead of having bear, you have elephant, and so on and so forth. And again, you're going to see a lot of tweaks here that are mostly aimed at trying to make all of these options attractive. We know that some of them are more situational than others, which is also why we've made it so that you can swap them out.
Yeah.
okay.
So I think there's going to be a lot of fun for people
We'll
to
see.
play with.
Uh,
We've talked a little bit
I guess
about the Path of the World Tree.
it
brand new
allows you to be
subclass,
a race
all
that
about
gives
tapping
you, or a
into both
species
the life-giving
that gives you
energy
a
of the World
resistance.
Tree, but also
Um,
its
Like you could be a tiefling barbarian
planar
bear totem, and now it's not a
abilities
waste
because
because
the
your fire
world tree
resistance
is
won't be
connected
wasted.
to every world.
So I guess you
of
could
the
look at it that
multiverse.
way.
And so two of the main themes you see here are healing and teleportation.
Yeah.
And
control.
yes, yeah,
Healing
because
on a barbarian?
it's not just teleporting yourself; it's also teleporting others.
Yeah.
Using the spectral roots and branches of the world tree itself. And so this is all about being the barbarian who is not only resilient and able to provide some resilience for others, but also providing battlefield control. It's a, again, fun new take for the barbarian, followed by a revised version of the Path of the Zealot. The last time we saw the Path of the Zealot was Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
Okay.
And
curious to see what they do with the
if
Zealot.
you're already familiar with the subclass, it's going to look like a familiar friend now. But again, with some quality of life and balance tweaks. And so, like Divine Fury, you now get to determine the damage type that it deals each time you do it.
Small change.
With Warrior of the Gods, gives you some additional self-healing.
Oh, okay.
Now Zealot Presence
gets
you can
healing.
use multiple times between long rests by expending uses of your Rage. And Rage Beyond Death, you now actually turn into a warrior spirit for a limited time.
Okay, I'm okay with these changes
after
to
you
Zealot.
successfully use your Relentless Rage.
Nice.
And so we expect that each of these features in the Path of the Zealot that people already enjoyed, I think they're going to enjoy.
As long as it's self-healing,
but
that
of course,
I'm okay with.
we'll find
That
out in
makes
the
sense.
survey.
It's a
Right.
Zealot.
And if it turns out people prefer it the old way, we always have the old way we can return to.
Well, I'm very excited for the fighter. I mean, I've always loved Eldritch Knight, so but also I'm so excited for just weapon mastery as well and the shenanigans that are now available. So yeah, let's jump in.
So in the fighter, we made a number of fun changes that are about essentially taking what people loved in the previous UA
Yeah.
and turning up the volume. So one example right away at first level of us turning up the volume is not only did people previously make it clear they loved weapon mastery, but they especially loved it in the fighter. And so one of the things we've done in the fighter is the fighter now has even more weapon masteries. So fighters now cap out at 6 weapon masteries.
Oh, nice.
And people liked the ability that fighters got at higher level to swap out a weapon mastery property on a weapon for another.
Yeah.
But there's another example of us turning up the volume. It was clear, though, that they found it unsatisfying that you could switch out only one. So we have now created a brand new feature called Master of Armaments, which the fighter gets at level 9, which allows you to swap out the mastery properties on all of your mastery weapons.
Nice.
Not just one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every
That's
single
a nice
one
little
of them.
quality of life change.
And so this is going to make it so that the fighter is supremely adaptable in how they
That's
use
good.
their weapons.
It's good stuff.
And they can turn any weapon into any type of weapon. You know, in a way, like that's kind of the fantasy of being a fighter. Like you can, everything.
Don't
is a
really
threat.
like fighters in 5e.
Everything in your hands is a weapon.
This
Well,
is turning
especially
it around for me, for
in
real.
the new Brawler subclass.
Yeah.
Where that is
gets out of control.
literally true.
Right, yeah.
Anything in their hand can be a devastating weapon. We've also now, and going back to the theme of incorporating things from Tasha's Cauldron, people liked in Tasha's Cauldron the ability to swap out their fighting style feats. So, which was in Tasha's Cauldron in a feature called Martial Versatility.
That's fine.
So we've now incorporated that capability right into the fighting style.
That's
feature.
fine.
So
I like
fighters
that.
can
That's
now,
good. Swap your fighting style. That's
when
fine.
they level up, change that feat if you don't like the one that you chose before.
Okay, good.
We've also, in Second Wind at first level, made a significant change where, in addition to now having multiple uses per day, it used to be in 2014 you had a use,
For short rest.
and then you got that use back on a short rest or a long rest. We changed it in the previous version that fighters start with 2 per day, and then that number goes up to 4 as they go up to 20th level. But what we've now also done is we've made it so that whenever the fighter finishes a short rest, the fighter gets 1 use back.
Okay, very good change.
So really, and this, by the way, is
change.
a theme that we started leaning into in UA 6, and we're leaning into even harder in UA 7.
Big quality of life changes for the fighter here.
That every class has an incentive to take short rests.
So it's not just the Warlock asking.
Well, yeah, it's funny. That is often the characterization, that it's like just the Warlock. Actually, every class in our game has something that replenishes on a short rest. But it's absolutely
what does the Barbarian
true that
have?
the weight that the short rest has for each class is very different.
Okay.
Just as the weight of a long rest is very different for different classes. What's important to us is we want everyone to be glad to take a long rest or a short rest.
Yeah. Paladin gets
and
the channel divinity back.
So you're going to see that in UA 7
Rogue doesn't
and
get
in our
anything
future UAs, that coming more and more into focus.
That I can think of anyway.
Everyone has incentive to be happy about taking a short rest or a long rest. And it's interesting, we've even seen some people speculate in the survey questionnaires as well as in online discussions of like the short rest going away.
Oh, that was me. I did that.
That has never been our plan. We certainly experimented a bit in Tasha's Cauldron with reducing how much classes rely on it, but we never intended to reduce it down to 0. And for the revised PH, we're far more interested in, again, giving everyone incentive to take short rests rather than
I like this
removing
change.
people's
This is a good
reliance on it.
change.
Right.
I still don't know
sort
what
of
barbarians
us
get back on
finding
a
where
short
the
rest,
sweet
though.
spot is, which is why we've experimented with like
A rage was
turning
always
the
long
volume
rest
way
unless they
down,
added
now
that in the
turning
new
it
Unearthed
up, and we
Arcana.
now feel like, all right, I think we found the point that feels right, not only in our extensive internal playtesting, but also then in the survey feedback that we receive. So you're going to see that not only here in the fighter, but elsewhere.
Good, I'm excited to see that.
Especially with Warlocks returning to using Pact Magic. The fighter has a number of quality of life improvements and also lifting of restrictions. So we experimented in the previous version with Action Surge having a very contained list of actions that you could take.
Yeah.
This
Back to
time,
normal.
we're instead lifting all those restrictions except one, and that is saying
spellcasting?
Action Surge cannot be used for the magic action.
There it is.
Because
No double
ultimately, that
spells.
is the only action that we're really trying to exclude here.
Yeah.
Because Action Surge was never meant to be where you go to cast more spells or use magic items more times.
I have abused this many times.
Yeah, I get it. I don't love it, but I get it.
I know some folks are going to be sad about this, but I cast Eldritch Blast way more often than I should have. There are things I've done that were not as intended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, we'll see what people think.
Again,
the feedback we got last time was that
I'm
people
coming around to
acknowledged
the bear
that
barbarian
there
change.
needed to be some kind of
This
limitation.
feels kind of like a
but
similar
felt
thing.
That in the last iteration, we went a little too far with limitations. So this time, what we're experimenting with is we'll just limit the thing that we actually care about, because the other stuff we limited those other things largely for thematic reasons.
Right.
But people rightly pointed out that it's fun having a number of options for role-playing reasons, unusual tactical situations,
Yeah.
and whatnot. And so rather than trying to enforce a theme here, we decided, let's just limit the one that is the concern.
Yeah. Makes sense.
It's also going to
The
lessen
fighter has,
multi-classing, double dipping,
a couple
for sure.
of brand new features this time.
Okay.
I think they're trying to get away
Right
from
at
that,
second level,
possibly.
you get a brand new feature called Tactical Mind.
Oh?
And one of the things we have been doing throughout this playtest is looking for ways to give classes that had very little non-combat utility
Fighters have
some
none.
way to contribute more outside combat.
This is very good.
We
This
already
is a
did that in
good
the Barbarian
quality of
with
life
Primal
change.
Knowledge. We've done it in the Ranger.
I'm a fan of
We've done
this.
it in different ways in our other classes. Well, this time around, it's the fighter's turn. And so we've introduced this new feature called Tactical Mind that really is all about the fact that fighters are tacticians.
Yeah.
They are all about mastering battlefields. And so what we've let you now do is that you have the option of expending uses of second wind to give yourself a D10 that you can roll to add to ability checks.
Interesting.
That
It's like a Dark
you
One's
make.
own luck
So
from the
this would be
Fiend pack.
rather than regaining hit points.
Okay.
And this, of course, would be very situational, but we want fighters who not only are able to tap into their stamina for physical purposes, and that's what Second Wind represents, but Tactical Mind represents they also have a well of mental stamina.
Yeah.
And there are always sessions in most campaigns, occasionally that occur, where there's no combat. And in a session like that, we want a fighter to still have reason to use Second Wind,
Yeah.
one of their main resources, and now they have a use for it. They might even want to use it in a fight. Like sometimes we've all been in those set piece encounters where often the most important thing is not what you're doing to the monsters, but what you're doing to the MacGuffin on the magic altar.
Yeah.
And a fighter might find that the clutch move is to actually use Tactical Mind to ensure they succeed on that critical ability check.
Nice.
So then the other brand new feature is at level 5. It's called Tactical Shift.
Okay.
Also plays into Second Wind. And what it allows you to do is whenever you activate your Second Wind as a bonus action, you can move up to half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
Really?
This is the fighter
Okay.
realizing, not only
Good.
do I
This is good
need
stuff.
to get some of my hit points back,
Right.
maybe I should get out of danger, or maybe I should move over there to protect
Oh,
my
yeah.
friend, or maybe I
This
should
is a solid
move over
change.
here where
I
I'm in a
really
more
like this too.
advantageous position to fire my bow at that person. Again,
Healing,
leaning into
free
this
movement.
notion of the fighter as
Solid.
the tactical master. And also us exploring, giving the fighter some more
It's just
active,
wild how good they can
things to
be
do with their class
at making
features,
the fighter
which is
feel
also
like
the
it has
motivation
more of a
behind
unique
weapon
identity,
mastery
and they
system,
still
is
fall
give
over
the
themselves
fighter and the
constantly with the
barbarian
ranger.
and other weapon-focused characters fun, active things to do on their turns. We also, at level 13, have yet another brand new feature in the fighter.
Please give
called
rangers something.
Studied attacks. And this represents this tactical master studying their opponent. And how we represent that is if the fighter makes an attack roll against someone and misses, they have advantage on their next attack roll against that same target. So it's essentially,
This is great!
I thrust and I missed, but I saw how you dodged it.
Mm-hmm.
So on my next attack, I have a greater chance of hitting you.
Later
Really,
today, it's
again,
supposed to become
going
out in
into
PDF
this
form.
theme of fighters being the master of the battlefield. And then we've got the subclasses.
Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay.
We've been
That's
doing
great.
a lot.
I'm
All
very
great
aware.
fighter changes. I'm on
what's the
board
first
with
fighter
all of that.
on the agenda.
So we have the Battle Master. The Battle Master has long
Making
been
coffee, but I'm right here.
one of the most popular
Yeah.
subclasses for the fighter. We've seen some
perfect.
requests for the Battle Master to be dismantled and its
I was one of
maneuvers
those
given
people.
to the base class.
Yep.
That is something we explored early on.
Okay,
in
good
our
to know they're
work for
exploring
the
it.
2024 Player's Handbook. We ended up not going in that direction and instead introducing Weapon Mastery for
Okay.
a number of reasons, but the two main ones that I'll talk about right now is, first off, people love this subclass.
Yeah.
What we did not want to do is just eliminate it for the sake of all the other subclasses.
Right.
Also, the Battle Master represents a style of play, having this pool of dice that you keep track of to spend on a variety of different micro effects that it's just simply not for everybody who is attracted to being a fighter.
Right. Yeah.
Because we know from nearly a decade now of going through player feedback, there are many people who love playing fighters who have no interest in what the Battle Master does. So we decided we're going to let the Battle Master keep being the Battle Master.
Okay.
And just enhance other subclasses and the base class in ways that are appropriate.
This plus weapon mastery must be particularly nasty now
Mhm.
in terms of like tactical options.
So yeah, the Battle Master, I mean, it's in the name. They
Yeah.
are a master of battle. I mean, they're already in the class that is the tactical master, the master of the battlefield. So you can almost think of the battle master as that +1.
Yeah.
And here we have mostly made some quality of life improvements, like Student of War now also gives you a proficiency in a skill.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
We've made Know Your Enemy way easier to use, and we think more reliably useful.
Right.
Because it was a neat thematic ability previously, but not always that useful, and also not easy to use in battle. And now it is. Now Know Your
Okay.
Enemy is a bonus action.
Oh, that's
rather
even
than
better.
needing to study someone
perfect.
for
Yeah.
a long time outside of combat.
That's great.
You also, now with Relentless in this subclass, once you reach 15th level, you now, once per turn, can use a maneuver without expending a superiority die.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that will
Wow,
help
is that
extend
useful?
the
Holy
life
shit.
of your superiority die pool. We have
Wow.
also, and this is a common theme when we get to collections
I mean,
of
come
smaller
on.
mechanics.
This
we'll
is
just say
high
meta-magic,
quality
we've done this in
updates
Eldritch
for the
Invocations.
fighter here.
We have now revisited every one of the maneuver options, and a number of them have gotten tweaks, in most cases, to make them easier or more fun to use. I encourage people to go to the design note to
Yeah,
see all of
there's
the
a lot.
details. Yes.
There's a lot to play with.
Go ahead.
A lot of combos to like come up with.
And also, an important thing to note here is we've also imported some of the maneuver options that we introduced in Tasha's Cauldron.
Great.
Because people, the last time we did the fighter in the playtest, even though the Battle Master wasn't in the playtest, we were already getting requests for us to import some of those maneuvers from Tasha's.
Yeah.
So here they are. The Brawler, new subclass, we've chatted about it. This is the badass who is going to beat that monster with a chicken wing or whatever it is to hand.
That is a thing that, is just it's very in popular culture. Someone who kind of like those Bane characters who they are lethal all the time. They don't need any particular thing in their hands, and they're not necessarily the monk. They are just someone who everything is a weapon.
And in some ways,
Monks
you can
should have that
almost
too,
think of the Brawler as the antithesis of the Battle Master.
Right.
The Battle Master is this studied, tactical fighter who can bolster allies, carefully use these maneuvers, manage this pool of dice.
Yeah.
Whereas the Brawler is just the messy, dirty
I wonder if
fighter.
it's going to be like the brute.
Which everyone loves.
This
The
rock
glass?
Yeah.
is what I'm using now in this fight. And we just felt that archetype was missing from the
Yeah.
fighter, and so we're excited to offer it here.
Yes,
The champion returns, and the champion has several tweaks based on the previous version. The previous version was well received. We were super happy to see that
it's
a
pugilist for
subclass
sure.
that has sometimes struggled to reach a high satisfaction score finally did. And we have brought back Remarkable Athlete. We saw people requesting that. And we've made it a little clearer on its functionality. What I mean by that is clever players who read it carefully realized that it benefited their initiative rolls.
Mm-hmm.
We did not want that to continue to be
Like a
this
secret
thing that
thing.
only master players figured out.
Yeah.
So we've now made it so that Remarkable Athlete just straight up tells you, rather
Great.
than getting a set bonus,
Nice and
you
clean.
now have you have advantage on initiative rolls, and you have advantage on strength athletics checks.
Okay, great. Nice and simple.
And you also get your long jump distance increased.
Okay.
So we wanted it to be, put it on
Nice
the
and
tin,
clean.
what this
That's
feature
good.
does.
Right.
Whereas
yeah.
before, when you did a quick read, it wasn't always clear.
Yeah. It
in the
took people a long
2014
time to learn
version,
about.
what is this
the adding to
for,
your
other than
initiative
the
roll.
very obvious, my jump distance increases.
Yeah.
We also have improved the new feature that we introduced last time, Heroic Warrior, and have now made it so that you can give yourself heroic advantage at the start of every one of your turns that you start without it. Meaning
Wow.
You can give yourself advantage.
Basically giving
to
yourself
use
inspiration
once on
every
each of
turn.
your
That's
turns.
huge.
This is meant to work with their expanded crit range.
Yeah, you have even more of that chance.
Exactly. The Eldritch Knight is here. So for everyone who loves the classic warrior mage archetype,
Yep.
we've got you covered. And the main changes here is after level 3, we have lifted the spell school restriction that Eldritch Knights had on some of their spell selection. So you'll have more flexibility now.
Nice.
We've also clarified that you can use an arcane focus when you're casting your spells. And then we've tweaked how both war magic and also improved war magic function.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we've now made it so
Part of your
that
attack is a cantrip.
you can keep, as a fighter, taking the attack action on your turn, and you can now replace one of your attacks with a cantrip.
Yeah.
It's like
It
the
used to be
Blade
kind of
Singer.
the other way around, where if you use your action to cast a spell, you could make an attack as a bonus action.
Yeah.
What
That's
we found
what Blade Singer
is
needs.
that caused the Eldritch Knight's average damage to, in most cases, be lower than the typical fighter. The fighter and the barbarian, on average, over the life of a campaign, will on average deal more damage than members of most other classes. Other classes have higher peaks.
Yeah.
Other classes will have moments of damage that exceed the fighter and the barbarian, but they are the Energizer bunnies. They're
Yeah.
the ones
You
who
nerfed the
consistently
paladin,
healing.
so
consistent deal a reliable amount of damage. But that was undermined in the Eldritch Knight by having essentially this encouragement for the Eldritch Knight to cast a spell instead of taking the attack action. And this was rough for a class where one of their main features is they get more attacks than anybody else.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
we've now fixed that
this is
in
a
the
huge
Eldritch Knight.
positive
so that,
change. This
now
matches
it's
what the
instead
Blade
other way
Singer
around.
has.
Keep taking that attack action, but you can now replace one of those attacks with a cantrip. And then when you get improved war magic, you also have the option of replacing 2 of your attacks.
2
And
cantrips?
remember, when a fighter gets high enough level, they have 4 attacks.
Yeah.
You can replace 2 of them to cast a level 1 or level 2 spell.
Wow.
So I think
okay.
this is going to make it so that the
This is a
Eldritch
big
Knight
change. This is a
can
good.
way
This is
better
good
fulfill
stuff.
That fantasy of being a potent warrior mage.
Nice. I am excited to talk about the sorcerer. I am a giant fan of wild magic, but I'll put that aside.
Okay.
What's changed?
So since the last time that people saw this class, we have taken some of those class-specific spells that we experimented with, and we've turned them either into non-spell features or into spells on the sorcerer spell list, and then evolved them a
this
bit.
could be
So an
about.
example of that. Innate Sorcery
Innate
is
Sorcery.
a first level
Oh.
feature now
Is that-
that
that's such a
allows
sweetheart.
you
They're the
to
White Castle
enter
ones?
Oh,
almost
awesome.
like
Oh,
a
it's called
Arcane
Gadgets.
Rage,
Sure.
where
Thank you.
for 1 minute after you activate it, the spell save DC of your sorcerer spells increases by 1, and you have advantage on the attack rolls of your sorcerer spells.
Nice.
This then is an ability that gets enhanced by several later features. We are continuing to explore this notion of this boiling magic inside the sorcerer and giving it expression in game mechanics. And Innate Sorcery, I think, is a really fun way of expressing that.
Yeah.
In a way that the sorcerer getting to decide, I'm going to open the funnel wider, in terms of letting the energy out. And so examples of how this feature gets enhanced at higher levels, eventually it gets to the point where when it's on, the sorcerer can use 2 meta magics per spell instead of only 1. And then its sort of ultimate form is you then get a meta magic on your castings that costs you no sorcery points.
Nice.
And that is something that will
Well, Lone
also
Alpha, they
help
changed
extend
Stunning
the
Strike
life
in the
of
last
your
UA that
sorcery
you have to
point
declare it
pool,
before you hit.
which we know is often a pain point for
Yeah.
sorcerers.
Yeah.
Now, resource management is something that is a part of every class in our game. So
Yeah.
that is something that we won't get rid of, but we are mindful of where is it painful rather than fun and interesting. We want it to be
Yeah.
fun and interesting, not painful. And so speaking of shepherding your sorcery points, we have taken the Sorceress Restoration feature from level 15 and brought it all the way down to level 5.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And this
shooting
now
for 3.
gives you
Five.
a certain number of sorcery points back
On a short rest.
whenever you roll initiative and have none remaining.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And this will then scale up because it's based on your sorcerer level. And it starts as you just get 1 back
Yeah.
if you roll initiative and have none remaining. And then it will go up to the 4 that it was
This is
before.
a massive
We
improvement.
decided rather than making
is
you
fantastic,
wait
'cause
until almost the end
Sorcerer's
of your
getting a
career
big
to have
buff
this
here.
function,
Yeah.
we now give you the function way earlier, and then it will scale up with you. And people are
Agreed,
gonna
Ben.
see
They should do
in
this
our
with the
next
monk.
version of the monk, for
Oh,
instance,
hey.
people are going to see similar tech.
There you go.
Where we're already going through feedback on UA6 for the survey, and we were working on this Unearthed Arcana while people were surveying for that, and we were already improving a number of these sort of point management systems here.
Yeah.
And so the monk will get to benefit from that when the monk gets its second version.
Perfect.
That's a
Some
big,
further
big
tweaks in
positive
the
for
meta
monks.
magic options. Not many though, because overall people loved what we did with meta magic last time. The main thing that we have changed here is we have yet another version of Twin Spell.
Yeah.
Twin Spell was actually the only meta magic option that didn't score well last time around. And so we have another version here. This time around,
I'm going to keep channeling
because
stuff if they are reading
people
my
were
mind.
really hungry for having that sort of second target option back.
Yeah.
But as I explained in another video, we cannot do it the way it was done in 2014 because
Right.
that version, just the math of it was way off. It cost far too few sorcery points. And then if we were able to make it cost the appropriate number of sorcery points,
Prohibitive.
you wouldn't even be able to use the feature until you were near the end of your career.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, the old Twin Spell had the problem of requiring a lot of complexity in terms of figuring out which spells it actually worked with.
Right.
So we are committed to, we are not bringing back the overpowered version that would have to become prohibitively expensive if we kept it. We are also not bringing back that complexity. But we hear people about wanting to be able to cast a spell that normally targets one person and now they want to make it target 2.
Right.
So this time around, what we're doing is we're making it so that Twin Spell can modify spells like Charm Person and Hold Person, where currently, if you read the spell and you go down and look at the at higher level section, it will tell you if you cast this spell with a higher level spell slot, you can target an additional person.
Yeah.
Twin Spell now functions
really jumping up.
with those spells and spells like them, where what it lets you do
Without
is
spending a slot.
essentially up-level the spell
Without
to
spending a
get
higher
that
level slot.
additional
Okay.
target
I like
and
it.
do that up-leveling for a very modest sorcery point cost. And so basically we're bringing back
Yeah.
the multi-targeting, and it is now limited to the spells that we have designed to actually step-by-step increase the number of targets.
Right.
And now
Okay.
you can do it at a much lower cost than spending a higher level spell slot. The other good news here is as we revise the spells in the game, quite a few spells that did not have an at higher level section in 2014
Oh, fantastic.
will now have such
Spell
a section
updates.
in 2024. People can see that in this UA in the jump spell, where the jump spell did not have an at higher levels before. It now does. And it's at higher levels is exactly this kind, where if you cast it with a higher level slot, you can target more people.
It's also something I
Fantastic.
keep in mind when I'm playing a Warlock as well, is like, okay, well, am I getting the most, personally out of this? Since I'm like having to cast it at the highest I can, like, does it make sense for me to use that on a spell that does not scale?
And so now
Very true.
the sorcerer can use twin spell with this new version to
This
get
is a
that
clean
extra
change, and I
target
like this.
and not have to spend the next higher level spell slot to do so.
And then you're erasing the concentration issue as well, like for whole person's concentration. So
correct. And that's the other thing that we are comfortable bringing back in is people noted that the version that we playtested before no longer allowed you to essentially feel like you were concentrating on 2 spells at once.
Yeah.
Not something we're comfortable giving out too freely.
Yeah.
Whereas in this new version of the twin spell, because it's enhancing spells that are already designed to up level
It
into
gives
having
you double
multiple
concentration,
targets,
but
you are now concentrating on just one spell with multiple
multiple.
targets.
Do you think haste
it
is going to
solves
get
a
this
number of
treatment where if you
issues.
upcast haste, you can pick multiple
Draconic
people?
Sorcery is back.
That would be huge.
And probably the main change here is the wings are back to being on all the time.
Yep.
Yeah!
And,
Dragon Wings, let's
We
go.
have also brought back Draconic Presence, and we've made it now a bonus action, and it no longer requires concentration.
Nice.
So Draconic Presence is going to be easier to use and less painful to use.
Right.
Okay. Glad the
Wild
wings are
Magic
back.
Sorcery is
Here we go.
also here.
Let's see what we
And
got.
the main request we've gotten over the years is to make it more reliable
Yes,
for
thank
the
you.
wild sorcerer to actually get to interact.
If you're going to
with
do wild magic, you
their
might as well do
big-
wild magic.
wonky table of fun effects.
Yeah, the core of what makes them fun and not having to ask your dungeon master all the time.
Exactly. So we listened and we have delivered. And now, immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell of level 1 or higher, you can roll on the wild magic.
All
search
right,
table.
let's go.
Full stop. You can just do it.
All right,
like
that's
there's
a
more than
huge
friend pressure
change.
from me.
Let's go. This is,
I love chaos.
they're doing
But-
good. I mean,
But
Yes.
once you do this,
oh.
you then can't do it again until you finish a long rest.
However, there's the trick.
We have built in, and I know you know this because you read the revised subclass.
Yeah.
We have built in ways for you to get that ability back.
Okay,
Tied to
okay, all
Chaos
right.
has it, and
This
so
is
there's going to
clean.
be this fun mini game of, all right, I tapped into the wild magic,
Yes.
and now I want to use Tides of Chaos, so then I can tap into it again.
Okay, I like
And
this.
I think
Reliability
it's
is
gonna
key in
be
this, I
A
think.
ton of fun. Bend Luck is now a D6 instead of a D4.
Right.
Nice.
And now Wild Bombardment lets
remember this
you
feature.
interact with the Wild Magic table even more. And Wild Bombardment is the new name of Spell Bombardment.
Right.
As far as the table goes, you'll notice it is not in the UA.
Yes.
Because we're using the
Nice.
table that's in the 2014 Player's Handbook. So
Nice.
if you're playtesting this version of the subclass, you've got that massive table right there in your book. These are the only 2 subclasses in this UA.
Oh, we don't
As
get the other
we
2.
note, within it, the other 2 subclasses
Are
that
divine.
are on the docket
Better
to
be
appear
divine.
in the 2024 PH for
Divine
the Sorcerer
and Shadow.
are Aberrant Sorcery,
Yeah.
Really?
formerly known as Aberrant Mind, and Clockwork Sorcery,
Really?
formerly known as the Clockwork Soul. And
What?
we
You're not going to bring
ask you to do
divine
here is if you
forward?
want to play test those subclasses with this version of the Sorcerer, you can use the versions that are in Tasha's Cauldron.
Yeah.
Those subclasses are recent enough in our design that we don't currently have any significant
Wow.
changes for them.
Yeah. Let's go into the Warlock, the non-controversial Warlock.
I think this version
Aberrant,
of the
Aberrant,
Warlock
I
is
love. That's my
delightful.
favorite sorcerer subclass so far.
After our experiment of not having pack magic,
Yeah.
I thought
Pack
Divine
Magic is
Soul was
back,
like a
in
shoe-in.
this version of the Warlock, and we saw in the playtest feedback how much people really want this feature to stay
Yeah.
in the class. So the playtest did its job, which was to answer that question. How important
We'll have to see
was
when it comes out, Lone Alpha. That's a good question.
And
I would hope so.
but we still have our goal, which was, and for anyone who saw our videos about the last version of the Warlock,
Right.
I talked about the fact one of our main reasons for experimenting with replacing pack magic was to let the Warlock cast their spells more often.
Yeah.
Pack magic, because of how it works, of the spells all going up to the Warlock's highest slot level, it's really constrained in terms of the Warlock's spell list. It's also constrained in terms of number of slots.
1+ proficiency bonus.
But again, we also know that people are like, but can we cast our spells a few more times?
Proficiency
So in
bonus times
answer
for
to
long
that,
rest.
and to accompany the return of Pack Magic, we have introduced a new feature at level 2 called Magical Cunning. And Magical Cunning lets a Warlock perform a 1-minute ritual to then regain a certain number of their Pack Magic spell slots.
Nice.
They can do this only once per day,
Yeah.
but this is a big deal because
like
what
the
this
15th
means
level
is
ability?
that in addition to being able to get their spell slots back on short rests and long rests, they also have this ability
Just like an arcane recovery.
that they can do now once per day at low level.
And that's not a nice thematic thing as well, of being able to, use Warlocks in my
Yeah,
head.
it's
There's
level
always
20
a
ability,
ritual
basically.
happening. There's always like candles and creepy stuff. So having that a little bit, take a minute and like do something creepy and then get a spell slot back. But it's always going to be creepy. Yeah.
And this is similar to something we did in the Sorcerer, where we took a very high level feature
Yeah.
that gave
Moved it
you your
down.
core resource back
Oh, smart.
and gave you a low level version of it. So here, how we did that is
I wanna see what the
Magical Cunning
new,
is basically a low level version of Eldritch Master.
Capstone is.
Yeah.
And so the new version of Eldritch Master that is now back in the Warlock now builds on Magical Cunning, because we essentially give you a
Oh,
little
okay.
mini Eldritch Master
Yeah,
early,
yeah.
and then you blossom into it later in your career. And again, people will see in the next version of the Monk similar kind of approach.
Okay, so that makes
Bringing
sense. I
some
think
of
I got
that
it, but we'll
resource
see.
restoration, lower level,
Yeah, early on.
and then have it bloom into the fuller
Full,
version
get everything
that
back
people
at
are
level 20.
accustomed to.
Okay.
Other things that are big in the Warlock is Mystic Arcanum is back in the
Back.
base class.
Okay.
And the Contact Patron feature that we introduced last time
Stayed.
is here to stay. People
Great.
really like
That's
it.
a good
But it's
feature.
at a lower level than it was
Oh, even
last
better.
time. Otherwise, the base Warlock class right now looks very similar to the 2014 Warlock. Where the main changes are, other than Contact Patron being here and Magical Cunning being a new feature at second level, is we have taken the Pact Boons feature and absorbed it into Eldritch Invocations.
Okay.
In contrast, Mystic Arcanum is back to being a core feature and not a part of Eldritch Invocations.
Gotcha.
People correctly pointed out that having Mystic Arcanum inside the Eldritch Invocations subsystem
Not sure.
made it so that people felt like they had to spend a lot of their Eldritch Invocation options on Mystic Arcanum.
I don't know how I
So
feel about
we
this.
pulled Mystic Arcanum back outside
That's
Eldritch
good.
Invocations.
That's a good change.
But
Mystic
we
Arcanum
put
coming out.
Pact Boons into the Eldritch Invocations.
I don't like that.
Here's the reason we did this. We want you to be able to have more than one. We actually, for a long time, have felt that
Okay.
Pact of the Blade and Pact of the Tome are really the
only ones
starting
people
choices.
pick?
Pact of
Nobody
the
picks
Chain
Pact of the
and
Chain.
then Pact of the Talisman and
I
Tasha's
forgets
Cauldron
Talisman even
are
exists.
really add-on boons and are not meant to have the same function for your character. Pact of the Blade and Pact of the Tome are really about your Warlock's sort of core combat style.
Yeah.
Are you more about a weapon, or are you more about spellcasting? Even though all warlocks are spellcasters.
Yeah.
It's not a kind of either or thing. It's really just
Where
how
are you leaning?
Where are you leaning?
Yeah.
And when we were looking at the feedback and seeing people rightly pointing out, Pact of the Chain, for instance, has a very different power profile for a warlock, and people were requesting or musing about that becoming as spicy as Blade and Tome. And we realized, well, it's never been meant to be as spicy as those two. And then the deeper we thought about it, we realized, and we don't want you picking one of those two, blocking you from having an enhanced familiar.
Right.
And this one thing led to another, and we realized these are Eldritch invocations. And we're actually okay with you having more than one of them. This means at higher level, if you chose Pact of the Blade or Pact of the Tome at first level, and remember, these used to be available only at third level.
Yeah.
So now you get to pick one of these
So
two at
invocations
first
come
level.
online at 1?
You could then pick the other one later.
Yeah.
This is going to make Warlocks even more customizable than they were before. Because of us moving these
So
options
what do you do with the
into
Ranger?
invocations pool and people always wanting more invocations, we have now increased
There
the
it is.
invocation cap again, and it now goes all the way up to 10
Nice.
10
at
invocations,
20th level.
okay.
Well, actually, you hit 10 at 18th level. And speaking of invocations, there are a lot of revisions to individual invocations based on the feedback that we got.
Good. A lot of them.
You're going to see
Some of them
many
needed some help.
invocations have lower level prereqs.
Great.
And not just, in some cases, 1 or 2 levels lower. Like Master of Myriad Forms went from requiring you to be a level 15 Warlock to being a level 5 Warlock.
Big
And
shift.
so there are a lot of things that are going to come online way earlier than they did for the Warlock before. We have also made a number of enhancements to Pact of the Blade, because as much as people liked some of what we did last time,
They're going to marry.
they pointed out it still needs some oomph
Baldur's
to
Gate.
compete with Pact of the
They're gonna
Tome.
ditch Hexblade.
And so
and go
there
with
now are enhancements not only in Pact
Gonna
of the
do
Blade,
charisma.
but we also have brought Thirsting Blade back, and it also has an improvement inside it. And
Yeah.
so you now have some damage boosts and also number of attack boosts
Oh, 3
in Pact
attacks?
of the Blade. And then in
Ooh.
some of the Eldritch invocations,
Could be
should
3
you
attacks on
decide
a
to
Warlock.
lean even
Might
harder
be changing my
into that
mind on some of
direction,
these classes I didn't
that
like
will
before.
make it so that you can really feel like an effective weapon user. Or, remember, since now you can dabble,
Yeah.
you
yeah.
might be a Pact of the Tome, primarily a Pact of the Tome Warlock, but like, oh, but I also like the ability to pull out, to summon up this spectral weapon and whack somebody with it. So I'm going to have a little bit of that fun too.
Yeah.
And so you can mix and match. And
Am I correct in the fact that the Elder's Smite is back?
yes,
Yeah.
we have also
All right.
imported some more invocations from Tasha's Cauldron and Xanathar's Guide.
Oh, going back
Eldritch
to
Smite
Xanathar's.
was an invocation we introduced in Xanathar's Guide, and we want to move it to the player's handbook. I encourage people to dive into the long
Hexblade
design
coming
note
back,
for the
or are we
Eldritch
gonna pick a different one?
invocations, because there are many tweaks there, both big and small.
Perfect.
When it comes to Warlock subclasses,
Here we go.
the Fiend is back
Yep.
with several tweaks. Overall,
Why?
this subclass
It's
was
solid.
really loved in
Yeah.
the previous
I wouldn't touch it.
playtest. So we saw that and we're like, all right, we're going to keep the shape of it and just make some improvements.
Okay. Don't mess
And
with it too much.
that includes some clarifications to Hurl Through Hell, as well as there's now a saving throw at the front end rather than the back, because
Right.
people correctly pointed out that it was far too easy to just send anybody
Ah, that was the best
hurling
part.
through
Damn it.
the lower planes.
Yeah.
All right,
And
fine.
so we have addressed that. We've also made it now, we've reduced the damage of Hurl Through Hell a little bit, so that we could also apply the incapacitated condition to the person being hurled through hell. Because it was actually too easy for certain creatures to bypass this with certain abilities, like, for instance, the ability to plane shift or, just poof, right out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
So we've decided we actually don't want people doing things while they're hurtling through the lower planes. So
Oh, I see.
they're now
Okay.
incapacitated.
We have the Feywild, and this is a very Misty Step teleporter.
Okay, so yes, the Archfey Patron.
Yeah.
The Archfey Patron, its
That's
features,
returning from the PHP.
other than Misty Escape in 2014, were
Well,
all
charm-based.
low scoring when we did our big Player's Handbook survey
Yeah, they
in
all kinda
2021.
They were all
They-
just like
all of
charms.
them were in the 60s, other than Misty Escape. What that told us is we need to take a whack at redesigning this subclass.
Agreed.
But keep that one feature people really liked.
Yeah.
And so what you're now going to see here is us really leaning into two of the main Fae themes in D&D for characters and monsters, and that is the charm condition and teleportation. And that teleportation appears in a big way right at level 3, where you always have Misty Step prepared. You can cast it a certain number of times per day without using spell slots, and you have some add-on effects that you can apply to this teleportation.
Yeah.
This is similar thematically to what we did with Eladrin, the playable species, and that similarity is intentional because this is the Warlock who is tapping into the same Fae magic as Eladrin. But it's a different mechanism here. This is built on you specifically casting the Misty Step spell, and we modify it over time. So now Misty Escape lets you cast Misty Step as a reaction in response to taking damage, and also gives you a couple more effects that you have the option of applying. And you can apply just one each time you cast Misty Step. But when you get to level 6, you will now have 4 options, a little menu of 4
just
that
like
you
the
can
Eladrin.
choose from each time you cast Misty Step to add on an additional
This is
effect.
good.
Be
Archfey was really weak and underperforming
I want
in
to
2014.
I want to get into a fight immediately.
We also now we have at level 10 Beguiling Defenses. You're immune to the charm condition just as you were in 2014. But now also we've made it so that if someone has the cheek to hit you with an attack roll, you can essentially beguile them into taking some of that damage themselves, which is a very Fae thing to do. And then finally, we have a new feature at level 14 where it allows you, every time you cast an enchantment spell or an illusion spell using a spell slot, you can also cast Misty Step as a part of the same action that you use.
This is good changes. I'm digging
that other
this.
spell, and you can do so without expending a spell slot.
Wow.
That's fantastic.
And to interact with this feature, most of the spells on your patron spell list are enchantments and illusions.
Yeah.
I
And so
wonder
you are
if
going
Misty
to
Step
be
will have an upcast.
just
Bouncing everywhere.
mist all over. Really, our effort here is to give the Archfey a distinctive play style.
No, it's very
that
good at
really
giving it a
sets
unique.
apart from
It's
the other
amazing
Warlock
how much they can
subclasses.
give things unique
That with Eldritch
playstyle and
Blast
identity,
and being able to push and pull people around with those
and
invocations.
then you can't do it with the
It
range.
is going to be a very interesting combat technician, potentially.
Yes, yes. In the
Good
Warlock,
point.
we also have the
Ultimate Gamer.
Celestial Patron.
Yes.
And the
Oh, okay. So
the last time we saw
Celestial
them
is the third.
was in
No Hexblade.
Xanathar's Guide to Everything. And they are now here just with a few minor tweaks. They are here
maybe
with an
old one isn't
improved
coming back.
patron
Maybe I'm wrong.
spells feature where they now have all these spells prepared. And then Celestial Resilience now interacts with the new Magical Cunning feature.
Very nice.
Now, the Great Old One subclass, it has more tweaks than that.
Okay.
So in addition to having
So no
an
Hexblade,
improved patron
because I think
spells
they're
feature
rolling
that
what
all the
was
Warlock
Hexblade
subclasses now
abilities
have,
into Pact of the
its
Blade,
Awakened
which is what
Mind
Baldur's Gate 3
feature
did.
now gives you a more useful telepathy. The 2014 version was this one-way communication. We've now made it so that you can create two-way communication
thank
with
you.
a single
Best.
creature. And
Oh,
then
great.
we've,
Fantastic.
at level 6, made it so that you have a feature that plays on this, where you can then use...
Weaponized it.
Yes, you can weaponize your telepathic communication with somebody, because we
good.
want to really dig in deeper to this spooky cosmic horror telepathy angle. And so, it got spookier.
Yeah.
And we also gave you a new feature at level 10 called Eldritch Hex, where you get the Hex spell for free, and you have enhancements to how you use it.
Interesting.
We're doing this partly because the Great Old One honestly needed a damage
It really needed
boost,
something
Yeah.
for sure.
relative to the other subclasses, and Eldritch Hex is
that's hot.
is our way, one of our ways of doing that. In addition to Clairvoyant Combatant, which is the feature at level 6, and then at level 14 we have a completely different functionality in Create Thrall, and that is you getting to cast the Summon Aberration spell, which is currently in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, but which will appear in the 2024 Player's Handbook. In fact, I can spoil now that all the summoning spells from Tasha's will be in the
Great.
2024.
That's fantastic. I already like the
Player's
summoning
Handbook.
spells. That
Fantastic.
works out.
And anyone who likes conjuring monsters, those were so nice to have.
And we felt, of all of these subclasses, the one that really should be pulling some horror from another realm, it is the Great Old One,
It's
Warlock.
fair. It's fair. So let's talk about the wizard. We've got the wizard and a couple subclasses.
So the wizard, we heard loud and clear last time that people wanted the return of the wizard's dedicated spell list. And that's one of the reasons all the classes have gone back to using their own spell lists, along with the warlock going back to pack magic. It also assists the bard's identity and a variety of other reasons. It will also clean up some things in the ranger, where we to preserve the ranger's exclusive access to things like Conjure Barrage and Conjure Volley, had to build them in as class features. Since the ranger was sharing a list with the druid, all that stuff can now go away now that we're back to class spell lists.
Come on,
So
Blade Singer.
the wizard, we had fun with some of the spells we introduced last time, like Modify Spell, Create Spell. There was a mix of tremendous excitement about those spells and also a lot of dread.
No, I love that spell. Don't take it away from
what
me.
they could do to certain play environments, concern about, is this eating the sorcerer's meta magic lunch?
No.
We saw the feedback and we decided we're going to put those back on the shelf. And so Modify Spell and Create Spell are no longer here.
Boo.
Memorize Spell is still here, but now it is a non-spell feature rather than a spell given to you by a feature. Arcane Recovery has returned to first level to make it easier for wizards to get some spell slots back right away when they start their careers on a short rest, because spell slots are the wizard's bread and butter. Because the wizard does not have, intentionally, that many other features going on. The wizard's main feature is they interact with spells more flexibly than anybody else, and also with a list that is longer than anybody else's. Leaning into that, we have imported from Tasha's Cauldron the ability for the wizard to change their cantrips more often than just when they level up.
That's fine.
That was called Cantrip Formulas in Tasha's Cauldron. It's now here in the Player's Handbook version of the class. Wizard Spellbook, we experimented with it as its own feature. It's now been folded back into the spellcasting feature. And Academic, that feature has been replaced by a similarly named one called Scholar, which is about giving you expertise in a skill that is wizard appropriate, given the fact that wizards are the scholarly class.
That's fine.
They should be good at
That's
Arcana.
reasonable. I'll take that.
Yes, or whatever scholarly pursuit the wizard has chosen. One of the changes at high level in spell mastery is, one, we've made it so that it's easier for you to change what those spells are, but we have also made it so that those spells can no longer be bonus actions or reactions. We have realized, not only in our own play, but also reading the playtest feedback, that allowing a high-level wizard
Unlimited
to
shield.
cast shield, for example, at will, it is simply too good. And that is why people will see that spell mastery is now limited to spells that require an action to cast. And honestly, that was our original design intent, and we simply didn't think a decade ago to exclude bonus actions and reactions, and now we're like, okay, it's time for us to do it.
No unlimited.
In the subclasses, the Evoker, the big change in the Evoker is that Sculpt spells and Potent Cantrip have switched places.
Oh, interesting.
Really?
Sculpt spells used to be a level 3 feature, and Potent Cantrip was level 6. The problem was very few spells, when you were a level 3 wizard, actually benefited from Sculpt spells. And at those lower levels, you're especially relying on your cantrips. And so we decided, let's switch this so that the Evoker can really enjoy those potent cantrips at the levels when they would be most valuable, and can start sculpting spells at the level when most of the Evoker's main AoE spells are coming online.
They're basically tying it to Fireball.
So I think this is it's one of those things that seems minor, just flipping the level, but I think in play, it will be a significant upgrade to the Evoker's play experience.
Nice.
We also have the Abjurer, the Diviner, and the Illusionist.
Oh, they didn't.
The Abjurer
Give me my Blade Singer.
Has several nice tweaks. One of those is you can now, with your Arcane Ward, simply burn a spell slot to replenish your ward's hit points, rather than sort of having to jump through the hoop of casting an appropriate spell to do it. And instead it can just be, I simply need this thing right now to have more hit points. And I don't have a spell that I want to cast right now. And so we have, in a way, cut out that middle step, which that step is still there if you want it, where casting an Abjuration spell restores hit points. We've just now given you another way of restoring those hit points. We have also replaced Improved Abjuration in the Abjurer with a new feature called Spellbreaker. And what Spellbreaker does is it gives you Dispel Magic prepared all the time.
Interesting.
And you can cast it as a bonus action. And you can add your proficiency bonus to the ability check you make inside.
That makes Dispel Magic extremely powerful.
Making you, as it says in the feature name, a Spellbreaker.
Nice.
Which is very much the identity of the
Does it work for Counterspell?
The previous Improved Abjuration had that add your proficiency bonus to the ability check part. That's the one piece we've preserved. And that's about all it did. It did that. It added that to Dispel Magic and also to Counterspell. And the few other very rare spells that include an ability check, we decided, let's just give you Dispel Magic and make it awesome. Also, Counterspell, as people will see in this very Unearthed Arcana, no longer includes an ability check. And so the old Improved Abjuration would have had no interaction with that spell. Diviner is a hugely popular subclass. So we did very little to it. The main thing we did is we've made it so that the Third Eye feature is now a bonus action to activate.
Change.
Having the incapacitated condition no longer shuts it off. And we essentially folded two of the options into one. So you now no longer have to choose between seeing into the ethereal plane and seeing invisible creatures, because we now let you instead just cast See Invisibility without expending a spell slot.
Okay, that works.
And that spell does both of those things.
Yes, all right, nice and simple.
So we really we improved it so the feature is easier to use, and you're not having to kind of choose between two things when instead we just give you both of them combined in one. Finally, we have the Illusionist, and in the Illusionist, we have made it so that Malleable Illusions is a bonus action instead of an action, so easier to alter illusions that you have running.
We're gonna get
we've made it so that now Illusory Self can be reused by expending a spell slot of level 2 or higher. And then illusory reality has simply been clarified a little bit. People pointed out that in the old version it used to say this thing that you make can't deal damage or deal any other harm. And it was, people point out, what does that mean?
Yeah, like emotional?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it is now much clearer. It says, and I'll read it right from the doc, the object can't deal damage or give any conditions.
Perfect.
Okay, that makes
now
sense.
It is clear. So
Nice and clear.
that's the wizard. I will mention
Was
real
Rogue in
quick
this?
because wizard players will certainly care about it, as will sorcerers, warlocks, and others. We not
No,
only
this is
have
based off of this update for
fun
5.
new version of Jump in this UA, but also a new version of Counterspell.
Yeah, let's hear it.
The new version of Jump is a bonus action instead of an action.
Nice.
It can be cast at higher levels to affect multiple people, and it is no longer reliant on your speed.
Baldur's
This is
Gate.
significant because the 2014 version of Jump was a spell that,
Necromancer isn't going to be in
in
it.
addition
my
to
dude.
you having to spend your whole action on it, had some hidden feel bad in it if you then went and looked at the jump rules.
Yeah.
Because the spell very simply just says your jump distance is tripled. But anyone who knows our jump rules knows that when you jump,
use
you have to
movement speed.
spend movement for every foot of
Baldur's
your
Gate
jump.
3 coming
And
through
the
in
jump
the
spell
clutch.
didn't give you any extra speed.
Gotcha.
So while it might have tripled your jump distance, it didn't give you any additional speed to actually make use of all of that distance.
Right.
So you could often with certain characters, depending on what their strength was, since jumps are based on your strength, get this tripling, but it's like, but I don't have enough movement to even use this extra distance. So we have now given you the ability with this spell to take this sort of fun hop with it, where on each of your turns you can burn 10 feet of movement to jump 30 feet. And
That's
you can
Baldur's
do that
Gate.
once per turn. And you'll see it has nothing to do with whatever your speed is. The new counter spell has some significant changes in it. And really the heart of the redesign of Counterspell is we have
Call it
now made
D&D
it so that
5
the spell
BG.
is mindful of your target. The old Counterspell had a really significant issue in it. And that is, it was too closely based on Dispel Magic. Dispel Magic is based on the level of the spell you're trying to dispel. Counterspell did the same thing, where you are trying to dispel a spell, counter a spell, and it's based on that spell's level. Here's the problem. Counterspell isn't dispelling a spell. The whole story, and this even the 2014 version said this, is you are attempting to interrupt a creature casting a spell.
Right.
Correct.
The creature is the target, not the spell.
Oh, okay.
And one of the huge issues with Counterspell in its 2014 form is it was no harder to counter a Archlich than it was a 6th level wizard. And we needed to correct that. Because it really needed to account
Give me a sec
for
here, guys.
the
Hang on.
might of the spellcaster. And so with that in mind, Counterspell now is a saving throw that the target makes. It's a Constitution save, just like concentration saving throws are Constitution saves. And the spell is only interrupted if they fail their saving throw. What this means is not only higher CR monsters will be harder to counter than lower CR monsters, but also flip it around, because sometimes monsters cast Counterspell. It means a higher level player character will be able to resist being countered more than a lower level player character. But wait, there's more.
Okay.
We've also made it so that Counterspell is not a double penalty. And what I mean by that is in 2014, if you succeeded at countering a spell, you not only wasted that spellcaster's action, or bonus action or reaction that they used to cast that spell, you also wasted the spell slot that they used to cast it, if they used a spell slot for it.
Right.
That is actually a larger punishment than the spell is meant to be. And so people will see that in the new version,
You're supposed to waste the action.
Counterspell will still essentially waste the action, bonus
But
action,
not
or
the
reaction
slot.
that was used to cast the spell, but it does not expend the spell slot.
Interesting.
And the narrative here is, think of it as, since you interrupted them in the process of casting, they never completed casting the spell.
Right.
And so the resource is not expended, at least the spell slot is not. If they were using some other resource, yeah, it's still gone. But if it's a spell slot, they still have it.
Yeah.
Which means you can no longer counter someone's 9th level spell, and their 1 9th level spell slot for the day is gone.
Yeah.
But it does mean they still lost their action.
I got it.
But that's, again, much more where the power was meant to be in counterspell, is to be able to say nope to that spell in this moment, not, and I've also deprived you of one of your core resources for the rest of the day. So I look forward to people playtesting this new version of Counterspell and Jump, and I'm excited to find out what people think of everything in this UA as well as the UAs ahead of us.
Perfect. And that is Unearthed Arcana 7. It's quite large, and it should be available right now on D&D Beyond, so go check that out and look through the PDF and give us more feedback. Thank you so much for watching.
Bye, everyone.
All right. Well, it is available on D&D Beyond. We're going to go ahead and pull that up right now. So give me 1 second. I will do that. But yeah, it's interesting. So I see what you guys are saying, and I kind of agree. And I think you have to come at this. We're going to do the PDF now. Yeah. It's on D&D Beyond. I'll show you how to get to it. But I think what you have to consider with the counterspell thing is it works both ways, right? So, like, if I'm the DM, I saw some of you saying it, if I'm the DM and I keep throwing counterspells at you, like, I'm not wasting your spell slots. Some of you said it seems less like a screw you specifically. But it also means that if you counterspell, you know, the Lich's 9th level time stop or 9th level teleport or what have you, yeah, you stopped them from doing it right now, assuming you had a reaction to stop them from doing it. But they also could just do it next turn, and then you need to keep burning slots. So it's a balance. I'm not sure how I feel about it 100% at this point, but either way. All right, so let's head over here. If you go to D&D Beyond, go to Sources, Unearthed Arcana, you'll see right here at the top, Player's Handbook Playtest number 7. We're going to go through this. Buckle up, folks. Also, I want to ask, because I meant to do it at the start, if we have anybody out there, Stamp Champs, you know who you are. If you're unfamiliar with the concept of a Stamp Champ, they are somebody who's super amazing and awesome, and we love them for all that they do. They create and denote timestamps of what happens and what we talk about during this video so that they can go ahead and I can just slap those into the video to add chapters for people who are watching it after the fact. I will definitely be doing TLDR versions of this. I actually stopped doing it for the last one because I just got Gen Con and everything kind of just got away from me. We will be doing TLDR versions of the different things in here as well, but I just wanted to kind of let you know. All right, let's go ahead and download this PDF and see where it takes us. All right, here we go. Player's Handbook, Playtest number 7. 5 classes. We have the Barbarian, Fighter, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. For those of you who are asking about the Monk and the Ranger and the Bard and all that, that will be, in theory, playtest number 8. Will be, because we did playtest number, what was it, 4 was a revision, was those, or 3 and 4, and that was a revision to those with last Unearthed Arcana. This was kind of playtest 5 and was revised here in 7. So 8 may be a revision to what we got in 6, or it might be a revision to everything, basically when they get stuff to the right order. So, all right. Playtest material, blah, 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 Barbarian. Let's see what we changed. All right, let's just read the design notes. Danger Sense. Returns to 2nd level. It now works even if you had the blinded or deafened condition. The tricky part here is also remembering back to what happened in the Unearthed Arcana 5 to see what the changes were. I remember Danger Sense, I think, came on later, but I thought it did have the You didn't have to see it, but either way, it works without the blinded or deafened condition. Reckless Attack now grants advantage to strength-based attack rolls until the start of your next turn. This is a big, big change, as we've talked about, because as they stated in the video, the positive effect only worked on your turn, where the negative effect lasted till the start of your next turn. So if I swing you recklessly with my Great Axe, I get advantage, you get advantage against me, and then once my turn ends, my advantage stops. Even if you decide to run away from me, and I make an opportunity attack against you, that opportunity attack would be a regular attack without advantage from Reckless, but you'd still have advantage against me. So they've adjusted that to kind of synergize. Funnily enough, again, also how it works in Baldur's Gate 3. Primal Knowledge has moved from level 3 to level 2, or sorry, from level 3 from level 2, matching what it is in Tasha's Cauldron. Instinctive Pouts has been brought over, which is great. We'll talk about that. The adjustment to Brutal Critical, it returns to level 9, and now it deals an extra d12 damage on a crit, which, again, previously it was doing something like adding your Barbarian level. Now it is a d12, but it's regardless of what weapon you're using, so feel free to use that Maul, Greatsword, Halberd, and you'll still get the d12 as though you're wielding a Great Axe, even without doing so. Relentless Rage returns to 11, Persistent Rage returns to 15, and the unconscious condition, not incapacitated. Indomitable Might returns to 18. This is a bummer. And Primal Champion now returns to 20 and increases the scores by 4 instead. That is a good change, in my opinion. All right, so we get our Rage at level 1. It can't be done in heavy armor. It has basically the same things we've always known it to have. Resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. We deal extra damage when we use a weapon using strength or an unarmed strike. Again, note that it does say attacks with a weapon using strength. They updated this last time, so you can rage throw javelins, for example. You could not do that previously because it used to say with a melee weapon. Advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. No spells. Let's see. It ends early for a variety of reasons. Your rage lasts a total of 10 minutes. And it says each time your rage is... Oh, wait, where does it say? Is it under here? You can take a bonus action to extend your rage. So if you attack an enemy, if an enemy forces you to make a saving throw, or you can just use a bonus action to extend your rage. So no more risks of, I didn't get a chance to attack or something like that for one reason or another, and now my rage ends. You could just extend it for a bonus action, and again, it lasts for 10 minutes. Keep going. Unarmored defense remains the same. Weapon mastery, which was introduced in the last one, also remains the same. Reckless attack, again, we talked about the updates there. We get our subclasses. Primal knowledge, again, now at level 3. Gain proficiency in a choice from the barbarian at skill list at level 1. In addition, while your rage is active, you can channel primal power. Whenever you make an ability check for one of the following, you can use strength, so you can be so strong you see better, which I really, really like because it's silly, but I like it. Standard ability score improvements, extra attack, fast movement at level 5. Feral Instinct is, again, advantage on initiative rolls at level 7. Instinctive Pounce also, as part of the bonus action you take to enter the rage, you can move up to half your speed. That's a nice little ability there. One thing I did want to check is that you do get all of your rages back when you finish a long rest. So even though they specifically said in one part of the video that they were trying to incentivize all classes to have something that comes back on a short rest to encourage people to take short rests, I don't think we've seen anything that the Barbarian has that comes back on a short rest. We talked about Brutal Critical. Again, the dice go up. Relentless Rage. If you drop to 0 hit points while your rage is active, you don't die outright. You make continual Constitution saving throws to stay awake. Persistent Rage. If you roll initiative and have no rage uses remaining, you get 1 expended use of it. That's a fantastic ability at level 15. But also, again, there's still nothing that lets you get back. There's nothing that you get back on a short rest. And again, Persistent Rage, in addition, your rage is so fierce that it lasts for 10 minutes without needing to extend it. Indomitable Might at 15. If your strength check or strength saving throw is now less than your total strength score, you use the score in place. And then again, Primal Champion at 20 now gives you a +4 strength, +4 con. Yes, for those of you saying roll a hit die, I'm going to take the headphones off. I don't need these. Yeah, that's basically all barbarians can do is roll a hit die for healing. As far as I can tell, the only thing that possibly resets on a short rest is Relentless Rage. But that's something you don't even really actively use that till you're down into, 0 hit points. I wouldn't say that's something that's incentivizing you to take a short rest, but either way. Okay, let's move to Path of the Berserker. The big change here is that Intimidating Presence is now a bonus action. It's pretty much unchanged from what we saw before. But if you reckless attack while your rage is active, you deal extra damage to the first target you hit on a turn. The extra damage is equal to a number of d6 equal to your rage damage bonus. And you add them together. Again, rage damage scales anywhere between 2 to 4. And I like this as well because, again, instead of giving you an extra attack, they're just giving you extra damage. Those die can double on a crit. And then again, that can combo with the d12s coming in later for brutal critical. Mindless Rage, again, immunity to charm or frightened condition. Retaliation, when you take damage from a creature within 5 feet, you can use your reaction to make a melee attack against them. And then again, Intimidating Presence is now a bonus action to attempt to scare people. 30-foot distance, 60 foot if you're raging. And then a failed creature has the frightened condition for a minute. All right. We got the Wild Heart Barbarian. Again, this is a change from the name of Totem Warrior to Wild Heart, mimicking exactly what we have in our good friend Baldur's Gate 3. So, design notes. Animal Speaker, formerly called Spirit Seeker, now is its spellcasting ability specified. Rage of the Wilds, formerly called Totem Spirit, contains revisions to the bear, eagle, and wolf. Bear no longer gains resistance to all damage but one damage type. But no longer gains resistance to all damage but one damage type. The former was too powerful. You now get to 2 damages types of your choice in resistance. As I said during the live stream, I was a little upset that they nerfed Bear so hard. But one of the benefits of this is now it doesn't feel like a waste if you decide to play a race that has, or a species that has some sort of inborn resistance. You're not going to be, like, if you decide you're going to play a tiefling, right? You want to be a tiefling barbarian. Well, you'd originally have fire resistance from being a tiefling, and then taking bear totem meant that your fire resistance from being a tiefling was basically pointless. So unless you had some way to get rid of that fire resistance in favor for something else, your bear totem rage would just kind of negate it. But it does now allow for you to do different things. For example, if Infernal Constitution, the feat, is still a thing in your game and you're playing a tiefling barbarian, via that you can get resistance to cold, fire, and poison damage. And then you could use your bear totem barbarian to pick 2 more damage types to be resistant to. Again, you get bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from raging. So, I don't know, pick some other types. Eagle lets you take both the dash and disengage action when you activate your rage and as a bonus action. And the range of wolf increases to 10 feet. Aspect of the Wild, formerly called Aspect of the Beast, contains revisions to each option. Elephant, which was formerly bear, now grants proficiency in athletics or insight, granting expertise if you already have it. Owl now grants proficiency in investigation or perception, granting expertise if you don't already have it. Or if you already have it, I'm sorry. Spider, formerly wolf, now grants proficiency in the stealth or survival skill, granting expertise if you already have proficiency. Nature Speaker, formerly called Spirit Walker, now has its spellcasting ability specified. And then Power of the Wilds, formerly called Totemic Attunement, contains revisions to each option. Lion, formerly bear, is no longer stopped by immunity to the frightened condition. Falcon now allows a persistent fly speed while your rage is active, provided you're not wearing armor. And Ram no longer uses your bonus action, but requires a saving throw. So, Beast Sense and Speak with Animals at level 3. Rage of the Wild again. Oh, Bear, when you activate your rage, choose 2 damage types other than Force or Psychic. So you can't choose those for some reason. You have resistance to those types until your rage ends. Eagle is when you activate your rage as a bonus action. You can take both the dash and disengage option or action. Wait a minute. When you activate your rage and as a bonus action while it's active, you can take both the disengage and the dash action. I assume that means you can take them individually of one another, not take the disengage and dash action all at the same time. And then Wolf is your allies have advantage on melee attack rolls against an enemy of yours within 10 feet of you. Again, basically pack tactics. All right, level 6. Elephant, proficiency in athletics or insight. If you already have proficiency, you gain expertise. Owl, it's perception or investigation. And Spider, it's stealth or survival. 10 is commune with nature. And then 14 is power of the wilds. For the lion, while your rage is active, any of your enemies within 5 feet of you have disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you or another barbarian with this feature. Falcon, well, your rage is active. You have a fly speed equal to your speed, provided you aren't wearing any armor. Or ram, while your ram is active, when you hit a larger, smaller creature with a melee attack, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or have the prone condition. All right, next up we have the Path of the World Tree. This is a brand new subclass here. We have Vitality of the Tree at level 3. When you activate your rage, you regain a number of hit points equal to your barbarian level. At the start of each of your turns while your rage is active, you can choose another creature within 10 feet of you to gain temporary hit points. To determine the number of hit points, roll a number of d6s equal to your rage damage bonus. Again, this will be anywhere between 2 and 4. And add that, I think it's, pretty sure it's 2 and 4, but it might be more than that. Roll a number of d6s equal to your rage damage bonus and add them together. If any of these temporary hit points remain when your rage ends, they vanish. Branches of the Tree at level 6. While your rage is active, whenever a creature you can see ends its turn within 20 feet of you, you can use your reaction to summon spectral branches of the World Tree around it. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be teleported to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of yourself, or in the in the nearest unoccupied space. The space the target teleports to must be a surface or liquid that can support them. That makes sense. Design note: voluntarily failing a save. Player's Handbook will clarify that creatures can voluntarily fail any saving throw. That's good because we don't really have that unless it specifically states it otherwise. Battering Roots. While you hold any melee weapon, you can reach with that weapon. Your reach with that weapon increases by 10 feet, and when you hit people with it, you can activate the push or toggle property, even if you're using another mastery property with that weapon. And lastly, traveling along the route. As an action, you can touch a huge or larger tree or teleportation circle to create a link through the world tree to a teleportation circle somewhere else on the same world or another plane of existence. When you do so, you can specify a target destination in general terms, such as the City of Brass on the elemental plane of fire. And you and up to 5 willing creatures within 30 feet of you appear in a teleportation circle closest to that destination. If a teleportation circle is too small to hold all the animals you transported, they appear in the unoccupied space closest to the circle. I just read it, and I feel like I need to read it again because it just didn't sink in, because I didn't really seem to enjoy it. You do have a self-heal, which is nice, and an ability to generate temporary hit points. This one down here, let's see, gives you something to do with your rage, and basically I asked, and they started to use it on me, I guess. I don't know, it didn't really work. And then voluntarily failing a save, we talked about that. Battering Roots, again, your reach increases, and you can activate the push or topple property. I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me at all, really. All right, we did hear there were some changes to Path of the Zealot. Let's see what those are. Divine Fury now lets you determine. It used to be either you choose Radiant or Necrotic. You now get to pick. Warrior of the Gods now includes the ability to regain additional HP when healed by a spell or magic item. This is the thing that you could be resurrected without a diamond. Zealous Presence now allows you to use it multiple times between long rest. Where's that? Okay. And then Rage Beyond Death now turns you into a warrior spirit after you successfully use your Relentless Rage. Fly speed equals your speed, can hover, ignore difficult terrain. And when you're hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to turn that hit into a miss. It lasts for 1 minute. There you go. So let's talk Barbarian overall. I think I'm okay with the majority of the base updates to the Barbarian. There's some really good adjustments. There's some questionable ones, why like certain things aren't included in different areas. But for the most part, I think it's a good change. I don't like Indomitable Might being at 18. I don't remember what it was in UA 5, but I do remember it was significantly early on, to the point where possibly using your strength score as the answer to a check or a saving throw might be the difference, between passing and failing. Whereas when you're level 18, chances are your strength is going to be pretty high. You have persistent and relentless rage, and you can get rages back whenever you start a combat. So chances are you're going to have the ability to get strength saving throws and strength checks, or advantage on strength saving throws and strength checks pretty frequently. So the opportunity that something you're going to roll is going to be less than your strength score seems fewer and far between, in my opinion. I don't know. I have to say they've pulled back on almost everything that made 2024 rules seem cool. I'll print a couple pages. Yeah, it does. So this is part of their design philosophy for this. They did say that they were, at the start of the year when they were doing all of the kind of original Unearthed Arcanas for this, when it was all still technically under the 1D&D moniker, they were trying a bunch of random crap and just throwing it at the wall and see what stuck, right? Do the players like not having the monsters crit? Do they like getting, inspiration on a natural one? Stuff like that. And then they basically said they got a lot of the broad spectrum kind of answers they wanted on where to land, and that these next couple of Unearthed Arcanas are going to be more refinement and tweaking. Again, 2024 release. How much time do you have before you go to the printer that you have to develop this? Because you're still tweaking things as far as we know. The other side... just lost my train of thought. Oh well, must not be important. All right, so that is the entirety of the Barbarian. Like I said, I like some of the changes. I like the adjustment to the D12 for Brutal Critical, for example. Yeah, Path of the Berserker, solid. Wildheart feels a little confusing. World Tree seems unnecessary, personally. And Zealot seems solid as well. All right, next up after the Barbarian is the Fighter. I'm going to take a short break here and just go grab a fan to put under my desk here and a drink. So I will be right back, folks, and we're going to jump into the Fighter when I get back. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Just needed to take a little break. Also, Steve Zirk, thank you for the super chat that says only 100 likes. Help a brother out. I appreciate it. Thank you, friend. Let's talk about the fighter. Now, from what we heard in the video, Jeremy said that basically fighters are getting nothing but improvements here. Also, that's why the light changed to green from the super chat, so I do appreciate that. And to answer some of the things that I heard, yeah, I will do comparison videos in like a TLDR. So it's hard because you can't please everybody. So I've done videos in the past where I compare a new thing to an Unearthed Arcana version or a new thing to a pre-existing thing. And then some people don't want the comparison. They just want my opinion on the thing. Some people just want me to talk about what changed from an Unearthed Arcana to Unearthed Arcana. Also, the other part of it is doing a comparison of something we're seeing now in this version of the Unearthed Arcana versus the 2014 Player's Handbook is kind of a moot point because it does still have the capability to change. When the 2024 rulebooks come out at some point in 2024, if they still come out in 2024, I will do a comparison of 2014 Barbarian, 2024 Barbarian, because we'll have the printed final versions and we could do a side-by-side. That one makes sense to me. So we'll do that for sure. Now, to the people saying about them possibly delaying and all that kind of stuff, I don't disagree with what you're saying. So the point of the matter is they have committed to this 50th anniversary of D&D. We're going to release the brand new core rulebooks. Now, they have stated they will not be in one pack. We're not going to get a triple pack all at once. It sounds like we're going to get them staggered. Now, again, I've talked about 2014 before and what the Wild West times it was when 5e first released, where you could have an adventure module and not have the Dungeon Master's Guide to give you the magic items in it, or not have the monster manual to have the monsters in it. It was just like a weird thing because the books came out in a staggered fashion. Based on what I'm seeing here, we're going to see the player's handbook first, and then the other ones, mostly because the next couple of Unearthed Arcanas are going to be about the player's handbook related stuff. And then we know that future Unearthed Arcanas, from what I heard at the panel at Gen Con, are going to be focused around the Monster Manual and the Dungeon Master's Guide, which I think means that the likelihood of getting the 2024 Player's Handbook release will likely be earlier in the year. My also marketing brain is saying we're going to release them staggered throughout the year with an ideal release of a box set for December for the holiday season. So yeah, you can get the Player's Handbook in, say, April. You can get the Monster Manual in, say, August. You can get the Dungeon Master's Guide in November. Or in December, you can get the triple box set with a DM screen, for the holidays. That's how I envision this all going. My only question, comment, and concern on this is we are in playtest number 7. I think at least, I forget, I'd have to go back and watch my own video, but I think at least playtest number 8 is going to be about the Player's Handbook. It might change with 9 and 10 to go to the DMG. Here's the thing. How long does it take to get from final copy to the printer? That's the issue. Because, what's that process? We heard earlier in the year they were having a problem finding a printer to print their new things because they were asked, the popularity of things and the general global supply chain issues that we have still in this, from post-COVID times, or I guess back to COVID times, based on depending on what variants we're talking about here. But if they release this in, say they're going to shoot for an April release, that's just a purely arbitrary thing I made up. But let's say they are. When do they need to basically button up this book and be done with it? We know we got to get at least one more Unearthed Arcana because we haven't seen anything with the monk, and we heard them talk about the next one's going to include that. I for some reason, what sticks in my brain is they were going to do 10 Unearthed Arcanas on the Player's Handbook, but it is September. How much time, if you're doing this kind of every other month schedule, are you going to have to do Unearthed Arcanas and then have a meaningful amount of time to incorporate that feedback into whatever text you're going to send to the printers? I don't know. Anyway, that's just me. Okay, So what did they change on the fighter here? Fighting style. Now lets you replace the feat you chose whenever you gain a fighter level. Is it just going to say you get the fighting style feat? I guess whatever. Either way, so lets you swap out your fighting style. Second Wind now also restores 1 expended use on a short rest. See, fighters do have something they get back on a short rest. Mastery is now maxed out at 6 as opposed to 5, which is nice. Action Surge now allows any action except for the magic action, meaning you still can't use it to cheese 2 spells. And Tactical Mind is a new feature, which allows the fighter to excel in and out of combat at level 2. Fighter subclass and ability score improvements return to their 2014 levels. Tactical Shift is a new 5th level feature that lets you move without provoking attack of opportunity when you use Second Wind. Master of Armor replaces Weapon Expert and Weapon Adept at level 9. This new feature lets you change the mastery properties of all your mastery weapons. Indomitable, once again, confers more uses at higher levels. Studied Attack is a new 13th level feature that increases the likelihood you'll hit after you miss. Unconquerable has been cut in favor of Indomitable, improving at higher levels. And 3 attacks returns to level 20. Pretty standard stuff. Okay. Fighting style. Oh, and you said, yeah, it just actually says you get the fighting style feat. Man, that is very D&D 3.5 / Pathfinder to just give out a feat in a class ability, which I don't think is a bad thing. That is a very simple way to give certain powers to classes. Again, we saw it in 3.5 for years. It was in Pathfinder 1E. If you missed an announcement, I'm going to make a video on it, but I'm joining a Pathfinder 2 campaign. Pathfinder 2E campaign, so I've been working a lot on building my character for that. But they're also a big fan of the, like, hey, at this level you get this feat. And that's a really, if they were to, incorporate that more often in the subclass design, then it would allow you to possibly make some really interesting and well-designed subclasses by just saying, hey, at this level you get Elemental Adept, Fire, or whatever it is. All right, Second Wind. As a bonus action, you get the healing. You get this feature twice. You regain 1 use when you finish a short rest, and all uses when you finish a long rest. When you reach certain levels of the fighter, you get more Second Winds. As you can see here, a maximum of 4 at level 10. Weapon Mastery, Action Surge. All right, Tactical Mind. When you fail an ability check, you can expend a use of your Second Wind. Rather than regaining hit points, you add a d10 to the number rolled to the ability check. And it is when you fail, so you cannot waste it. In theory, it's only on a failure, so you can possibly turn that into a success. Oh, and if the check still fails, Second Wind isn't expended, which is a nice quality of life for that. All right. You still get your ability scores at 4, 6, 8, 12, 14, 16, and 19. Tactical Shift. Whenever you activate your Second Wind with your bonus action, you can move up to half your movement speed without a provoking attacks of opportunity. Indomitable, you get other use at 13 and 17. Master of Armaments. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can choose any kinds of mastery weapons you're using and replace the mastery property of each with another mastery property. The chosen kind of weapon must qualify for the new property. Makes sense. 2 extra attacks at 11. Studied attacks at 13. If you make an attack roll against a creature and miss, you have advantage on your next attack roll against that creature before the end of your next turn. And level 20 now confers 3 attacks. All right. We move into the Battle Master. Student of War now also gives you proficiency in a skill. Right? One types of artisans, tools, and a skill of your choice. Know your enemy allows you to know a creature's damage, resistances, immunities, and vulnerabilities as a bonus action, which kind of narrowed down the list to the things that are probably most important and then also made it a bonus action. And Relentless allows you to use a maneuver once per turn without expending a superiority die, but that free maneuver uses a d8. That's pretty solid, honestly, to have free maneuver usage. It's just nerfed to a d8 when you're probably throwing around d12s at that point. But, yeah, you get 2 additional maneuvers at 7, 10, and 15. Superiority dice are d8s. You have 4. Okay, yeah. Very cool. Student of War, yeah. All right, so let's take a look at the maneuvers. It says Ambush was added, Bait and Switch was added, Commander Strike no longer uses your bonus action, Commanding Presence was added, Disarming, Distracting, Goading, Maneuvering, Menacing, and Precision Attack now work with any type of attack roll. Evasive Footwork now lasts until the end of your turn, not when you stop moving. And Lunging Attack now lets you take the dash action as a bonus action. And adds a superiority die if you hit a creature after moving at least 10 feet in a straight line. Parry now allows you to add your strength or dex mod for damage reduction. Precision attack now triggers from missing an attack roll, which is good because precision attack used to be you would add the D, whatever it was, before you hit. Now it's when you miss, you can possibly turn that into a hit with precision attack, which is nice because now it'll actually get more play. Rally now uses your choice of intelligence, wisdom, or charisma when determining the amount of temporary hit points, and tactical assessment has also been included. So I'm not really going to talk about any of these because most of them, it sounds like they were just added direct reports over. So let's keep going. Let's see about the ones that are unique. All right, so let's see. Disarming. Is it distracting too? Yeah. When you hit a creature, yeah. So you're not blowing your superiority die unnecessarily. Extending evasive footwork does mean it'll actually work until the end of your turn, which is nice. But evasive footwork is I usually wouldn't take. Watsy might have forgot to change Find Familiar, yeah. Let's see. Not much else changes in the base Battle Master other than Know Your Enemy. Relentless, we talked about that, and your superiority goes up to a D12 at level 18. I'm not seeing too much here that's different. Most of it just makes sense. All right. The Brawler. This is the one we've all been waiting for. All right. This is possibly the best monk in the game. This is the Brawler Fighter. Okay. Design note items for unarmed strikes. Oh, okay. Here we go. The 2024 DMG will include magic items that enhance unarmed strikes and improvised weapons. These items will support Monk, Brawler Fighter, and College of Dance Bard, along with other characters who rely on unarmed strikes or improvised weapons. Let's go. Finally. Somebody, I mean, we've all been homebrewing this for 10 years, but they're finally addressing unarmed strikes as a type of attack. Whether that be things like hand wraps or knuckle dusters or whatever, finally unarmed strike people, also potentially moon druids out there, you might be able to have these apply to your claws in animal form, possibly. I'm not sure about that. We'll have to see how things shake out when we get the new druid. But this is a big, big win for unarmed fighting styles. Jason, yeah, gauntlets, hand wraps, knuckle dust, basically brass knuckles, but I don't want to call them brass knuckles because they likely won't be made out of brass, so we call them knuckle dusters. Okay, how much better is the Brawler Fighter than the Monk? Let us find out. Are you ready? Unarmed Expert. You can roll 1d6 plus your strength modifier in place of normal damage of your unarmed strike. If you aren't holding any weapons or a shield, the d6 becomes a d8. So, if you're not using a shield, your punches are already better than the Monk at level 3. Now, I see what you're saying in the chat. I see it. Recall that this is no different than the unarmed fighting style that existed in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, which was the exact same thing. Which meant fighters could still be better punchers than monks back in Tasha's Cauldron, but this is a subclass designed for it. So, technically, that was a fighting style that you could take as a monk to boost up your unarmed strike damage to something significantly higher. I also like the Baldur's Gate 3 aspect of the shield and punch, because that's kind of that's the typical monk build in Baldur's Gate 3, is you get yourself some sort of armor proficiency, you use a shield, and you just punch with the other hand, because nothing's stopping you from just using that to do all your attacks. But yeah, if you go fully unarmed, which you more than likely would, your unarmed strikes will deal a d8. Otherwise, they're a d6. Remember, they did change the scaling so that starting at level 1, monks are using a d6 for their martial arts die. Whereas it used to cap out at d10 and now caps out, I think, at d12. So, all right, improvised expert. You are proficient with improvised weapons. Whenever you finish a long rest, choose one weapon property from the one-handed list and one from the two-handed list. So for one-handed, we have light or thrown with a range of 20-60, and two-handed, we have either reach or thrown with a range of 10-30. Until the end of your next turn, the one-handed weapon applies, the one-handed choice applies to the one-handed improvised weapon you wield, and the two-handed choice applies the two-handed ones. Okay, that makes sense. In addition, whenever the attack with an improvised weapon, you can give it one of the following mastery properties for that attack, depending on whether it can be wielded in one hand or two. If it's one-handed, sap, slow, or vex, and two, it's either cleave, push, or topple. So you're not getting to add too much here. You get to add either the light or thrown property, or the reach or thrown property for two-handed. Okay. I mean, I do still feel like improvised expert, like this whole concept should be a function of the drunken master monk that they included, because that's kind of drunken kung fu fighting style. Is just, I mean, think Jackie Chan, right? You're just grabbing whatever you can to fight with, but that's fine. All right. Grappling expert. You can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action. When you use unarmed strike in this way, you must choose the grapple or shove option. In addition, at the start of each of your turns, you can deal a d6 bludgeoning damage to one creature grappled by you. So, you are getting a bonus action unarmed strike, but it's not like a monk's to just do damage. It's more of you use that to do a grapple or a shove that you can potentially deal more damage. So it's not 3 to 4 attacks at level 7. It's just the 2 attacks, but there's still some utility there. All right. Dirty fighting. You have advantage. You have advantage on attack rolls with improvised weapons and unarmed strikes against a creature grappled by you. So we go along at level 7. We can grapple somebody. If we're level 10, we use our level 7 ability to make an unarmed strike as a bonus action to grapple them. If we successfully grapple, we can then use our main hand 2 punches at level 10 with advantage, or improvised weapons from dirty fighting because we have them grappled. Pretty strong. And then we have improved specialist at 15. When you hit a creature with an improvised weapon, you can add your proficiency bonus to the damage roll, and the damage die of your two-handed improvised weapon becomes a d12. In addition, whenever you attack with an improvised weapon, you can use 2 mastery properties from improvised expert instead of 1. And then unarmed specialist at 18, your unarmed strikes improve to a d8. If you aren't holding any weapons or shield, they go up to a d10. It's good. I'm not sure it's like the monk still has some stuff that kind of makes it stand out, but it's a pretty solid like pub brawler type. Yeah. We have the champion fighter here next, the kind of vanilla option. Remarkable athlete now replaces adaptable vigor and moves to level 3. Now grants advantage on initiative rolls and strength athletics check, as well as increasing jump distance. And heroic warrior now gives you heroic advantage at the start of each of your turns in combat. We have improved critical. We have remarkable athlete, which we already talked about. Additional fighting style. Heroic warrior. Again, during combat, you can give yourself heroic advantage whenever you start a turn without it. Superior critical, 18 to 20. Survivor. And that's pretty much it. Next up is the Eldritch Knight. Spellcasting. No School of Magic restrictions after level 3 in the subclass. Moreover, the fighter can now change one. Okay, so it used to be basically you had to pick from the arcane spell list They've since kind of removed that in favor of class-specific lists, so you'll be using the wizard list for this. One of your War Magic now allows you to replace one of your attacks with a cantrip. We talked about how powerful that is. And Improved War Magic now lets you replace 2 of your attacks with casting a level 1 or 2 spell. We still have kind of basically the same table here. For spellcasting, you have the War Bond. You perform a ritual over the course of an hour. Oh yeah, this is the weapon that you can throw and it comes back to your hand. It can't be disarmed. We have War Magic, which is what we just talked about. When you take the attack action on your turn, replace one of the attacks with a cantrip, which is again what the Blade Singer currently has, which is very strong. Eldritch Strike, when you hit a creature with an attack using a weapon, that creature has disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes against the spell you cast. That could be very good. Pop them with a melee and then hit him with a heavy level, heavy hitting spell. Arcane Charge. When you use your action surge, you can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. You can teleport before or after making the additional action. And in Approved War Magic, which we already talked about, when you take the attack action, you can forgo 2 attacks to get a higher level spell. I like this. Actually, I kind of like it a lot. I think it's pretty strong. If you're going to allow things like Green Flame Blade and Booming Blade in your game, these things are going to get a little crazier, but still good. So honestly, I've never had an interest in playing either a champion fighter or an Eldritch Knight in, at any point in 5e, and these kind of are making me consider the possibility of doing that, which is wild to me. Okay. Sorcerer is up next. Let's just make sure we get no notes or anything. Good. All right. This has been a long... Usually I do these, they're 4 or so hours, and it doesn't feel like it's long. This one, for whatever reason, I just want to warn you folks, it's feeling like I'm dragging here. But we're going to try to keep going. We're only 18 pages in out of 54. Let's see. Sorcerer, Innate Sorcerer, Sorcery empowers your spells, attack rolls, and save DCs for a limited time. Spellcasting returns to using the Sorcerer spell list, and now includes Sorcerer's Burst and Arcane Eruption. That makes sense. Font of Magic no longer requires a bonus action to convert sorcery points. Meta Magic gives you 2 options at level 2, 2 at 10, 2 at 17, and you can change one of them whenever you level up. Sorcerer's Subclass returns to the 2014 level progression for Sorcerer's Subclass, with the exception of the level 1 feature being at level 3. Sorcerer's Vitality is gone. Sorcerer's Restoration has moved from 15 to 5. If you have no sorcery points when you roll initiative, this feature restores a certain number. If you have no sorcery points. Oh, yeah, this is what we talked about that they said. Okay, so keep an eye on this because this means that the monk is going to get something like this when the monk comes out. If you have it would be, what do they call them now? Focus points or whatever? Spirit points, I think. If you have no spirit points when you roll initiative, this feature restores a certain number. And I think he said it's like a D4. But this is really strong because the monk's going to get something similar to this for spirit points. Sorcery Incarnate has moved from level 9 to 7 and has been redesigned. And then Arcane Apotheosis has moved to 20. We'll have to see what that one does. All right, let's see. All right. Level 1, Innate Sorcery. Okay. As a bonus action, you can release magic for a minute, during which you gain the following benefits. Your spell save DC goes up by 1. You have advantage on spell attack rolls, and this is twice per long rest. This is almost like a sorcery rage, in a way. Okay. Font of Magic. You have 2 sorcery points, and you gain more as you gain higher levels. You can never have more sorcery points than the number on the table. You use your sorcery points to fuel other options. Converting spell slots to sorcery points. You can expend a spell slot to gain a number of sorcery points equal to the slot's lower level. Or as a bonus action, you can transform unexpected or unexpended sorcery points into one spell slot. The created spell slots table shows the cost of creating a spell of any given level, and it lists the minimum. Sorcerer leave you most sorcerer level you must be to create a slot. You can create a spell slot no higher than level 5, and then we have the standard table that we've seen over the years. About meta magic, crazy there. Sorcerer's Restoration at 5 when you roll initiative or finish a short rest, you have no sorcery points. You get regain a number equal to your sorcerer level divided by 5. Oh, okay. So you're going to start at 1 with your sorcerer level divided by 5. Interesting. Okay. Sorcerer's Restoration, we just talked about that. Sorcery Incarnate, while your innate sorcery feature is active, you can use up to 2 of your meta magic options on one spell. In addition, if you have no uses of innate sorcery left, you can use it if you spend 2 sorcery points when you take a bonus action to activate it. And then Arcane Apotheosis, which again, we're going to have to look at this because it's going to be similar to what the Monk's going to get. While your innate sorcery feature is active, you can use 1 meta magic option on each of your turns without... Wow. 1 meta magic option on each of your turns without spending sorcery points on it. That would be insanity. It's good. It's real good. Yeah, you can use 1 meta magic on each of your turns without expending sorcery points. So, could that mean that the monk will get to do like a monk action on their turn without expending like a spirit or a key point? Like just being able to like flurry of blows for free every turn? That could be nuts. We have our various meta magic options. It's still... Alright, so Distance Spell returns to doubling the range. Seeking Spell costs 1 point rather than 2. Subtle Spell now clarifies that it doesn't remove material components that have a cost specified. That was kind of pretty standard. And then we heard about the new version of Twin Spell. Let's go look at it. When you cast a spell such as Charm Person or Hold Person that can be cast with a higher level spell slot to target additional creatures, you can spend a sorcery point to increase the spell's effective level by 1. So effectively casting it at a higher level without expending a spell slot. But you can spend 1 sorcery point. It looks like it only says 1. To target an additional... Oh, okay. So if it was a level 2 spell, you can spend 1 sorcery point to increase the spell's effective level by 1. In my head, I feel like I would also... I don't know. All right. Next up is the subclasses. Draconic Sorcery. Dragon Speech now gives you Draconic Language. And while creatures of the dragon type understand your speech, you don't necessarily understand them. Dragon Wings once again allow you to sprout wings with relying on a spell, which is awesome. And Draconic Presence replaces Draconic Exhalation. This feature is now a bonus action, and it doesn't require concentration. All right, Draconic Resilience remains the same. Dragon Speech is here. Dragon Wings. Yeah, so your innate magic can now manifest as dragon wings on your back as a bonus action. You sprout those wings, gain a fly speed equal to your speed, which for you is whatever it ends up being. The wings last until you dismiss them as a bonus action until you're incapacitated. When they manifest, you decide whether they're spectral or physical. If physical, you mustn't be wearing something that obstructs that. So I guess in that instance, you'd want to go with spectral because they're just there. Like, you're not going to be bumping into stuff. Good to see the Dragon Wings back. And then the Presence, the level 18 ability. Not a huge fan. All right. Wild Magic Sorcery. Wild Magic Surge no longer requires DM permission. Thank God. It allows the players to actually, if they want to do wild magic, they have a reasonable, reliable way to do it, which is pretty cool. Tides of Chaos is now guaranteed to give you a roll on the Wild Magic Surge table. Bend Luck now costs 1 sorcery point instead of 2. And Wild Bombardment now allows you to use a Wild Magic Surge effect that casts a spell or that replenishes your expended sorcery points. All right. So, Wild Magic Surge. No more than once per turn, you can reroll a d20 immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot. If you roll a 20, roll on the Wild Magic Surge table to create a magical effect. If the magical effect is a spell, it is too wild to be affected by your meta magic, and it normally requires concentration. It doesn't require concentration in this case. The spell lasts for its full duration. We have Tides of Chaos here. You can manipulate the forces of chance and chaos to gain advantage on a d20 roll. Once you do so, you must finish a long rest before you can do it again. Immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot, before you regain use of this feature, you automatically roll on the Wild Magic Surge table. So we're basically getting consistent use of the Wild Magic Surge table and then other means to get it back to let us do it again. Bend Luck. Immediately after another creature you can see rolls a d20 for a d20 test. Reminder that that's a skill check, saving throw, or attack. After you make a d20, roll d20 for a d20 test, you can use your reaction and spend 1 sorcery point to roll 1d4 and apply the number rolled as a bonus or penalty, your choice, to the creator's roll. Okay, not bad. Giving you kind of lucky vibes here, right? Immediately after you do it, you can use your reaction to basically change things or penalize things. Controlled Chaos. Well, whenever you roll on the Wild Magic Surge table, you can roll twice and use either number. And then Wild Bombardment. Immediately after you cast a sorcerer spell with a spell slot, you can create an effect of your choice from the Wild Magic Surge table, provided the effect casts a spell or restores all your expended sorcery points. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Sorry, a d4 long rests. Again, I think pretty solid overall, but they all kind of had a dragony vibe to me, so I thought that was fine. All right, next up is the Warlock, and it sounds like there's going to be some pretty massive changes to that. So I hate to BRB again, guys, but I got a bio break here. So I'm going to do that real quick, and then I will be back. And, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I did not realize it was 2:30 in the afternoon. To me, it feels like it's like 2:30 in the morning. I don't know why. It just does. So I need a break because we are about halfway through. Let's just see what's ahead. We have Warlock, Wizard, or that's patrons. Warlock, Wizard. Then we have spells. Oh, and then the rules glossary. So we can probably skip the last quite a few pages. All right. I shall be right back one last time for real. let us dive back in here as we talk about the Warlock. All right. So, class's armor training entry returns to including only light armor. I guess it changed in the last one. I don't remember. Did they give them medium or maybe shields? All right, let's see. We start with one. Okay, it starts with one invocation at level 1 and then jumps up to 3 invocations at level 2. And I guess that's because it's incorporating Pact Magic. Let me see. 1 spell slot of level 1. We are still limited in our spell slots to the same amount we were in 2014, which is 2 spell slots from 2 to 10. 11 we get the 3rd one, and 17 we get the 4th. I was wondering if they were going to increase the slots at all. Same kind of number in the cantrips too. Spells prepared looks to be about the same, capping out at 15. All right. Pact Magic returns. Eldritch Invocations move to 1. Pact Boon is integrated. Blah, blah, blah. Magic Cunning is a new level 2 feature. Contact Patrons move to 9. Okay, Hexmaster is gone, which was the awful level 20 ability. All right, let's see. Eldritch Invocations. Okay, nothing crazy there. For example, if an invocation requires you to be a Warlock of level 5 or higher, you can select this invocation once you reach level 5 in that class. Okay. Meaning that it's not just tied to character level, it's tied to Warlock class level. Pact Magic. All right, 2 cantrips. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing crazy here. All right, Magical Cunning, the new level 2 ability. If all your Pact Magic spell slots are expended, you can perform an esoteric rite for 1 minute, at which point you regain half of those spell slots rounded up. Once you use this feature, you can't do so until you finish a long rest. So, again, half of those rounded up means at level 2, you're going to be getting a spell slot back. Again, the most you're ever going to get is 2, much later on. Okay, Contact Patron. You get Contact Other Plane, spell prepared. With this feature, you can cast without expending a spell slot, and you automatically succeed on the saving throw, which is good. Mystic Arcanum at level 11 here, which is back to our 2014 version where you choose a level 6 spell once per long rest, and you get a 7, 8, and 9th level spell. And then at Eldritch Master at level 20, when you use your Magical Cunning feature, which you get again here at level 2 after a 1 minute rite, you regain all your expended Pact Magic spell slots, which is basically exactly the way it was in the 2014 Player's Handbook. I would like to see this improved a little bit, but okay. We get a bunch of invocation updates here. A whole bunch of them. Holy cow. Oh, they did it. They did the thing that I've been asking for years. Agonizing Blast. Choose one of your known Warlock cantrip that deals damage. You add your spellcasting ability modifier to that spell's damage rolls. Whenever you gain a Warlock level, you can change which of your damaging Warlock cantrips benefit from this. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it's an improvement because it means if you are one of those people who are dead set on playing a Warlock that doesn't use Eldritch Blast, you're not nerfed immensely in that capability. Because previously, it looks like, from what I'm seeing, every invocation that was originally tied to Eldritch Blast is now tied to a Warlock cantrip of your choice. So you can still play the traditional 5e Warlock by using Eldritch Blast for all of your invocations, but if you're a really huge fan of Create Bonfire or Lightning Lure or something like that, and you really want it to have some extra oomph and it's on the list for a Warlock to use, you can now use those and benefit from all of the different invocation benefits. Nope, it says a Warlock cantrip that deals damage. Any cantrip that deals damage. It is not a Firebolt and Eldritch Blast. It should probably... I didn't get down to Repelling Blast yet. I just started off with the first one here. So, again, I had always said that it should be called basically Agonizing Cantrips, and it should just apply to all of your cantrips as opposed to just Eldritch Blast. They went with like a in-between medium where it applies to a cantrip that deals damage. You pick... And again, you could try Firebolt, let's say if that's the one you wanted to try. And then again, anytime you gain a level in the Warlock class, you can swap that, cantrip that does the damage with a different one. So, okay. Mage Armor. Armor Shadows is the same. I guess we can go through this list, I guess. Ascendant Step is now level 5 as opposed to level 9. Beast Speech is gone since Speak with Animals is now on the Warlock spell list. It can be cast as a ritual. Okay? Because Warlocks have ritual spellcasting now. Devil's Sight now works in dim light as well as in darkness. Eldritch Mind has been moved over. Eldritch Sight is now gone since Detect Magic's on the Warlock spell list. It can be cast as a cantrip, or as a ritual, rather. Eldritch Smite has been moved in. Eldritch Spear now lets you choose the cantrip. Eyes of the Runekeeper has been removed since Comprehend Languages is on the list. Favor of the Chainmaster has been cut in favor of a importing investment of the Chainmaster from Tasha's Cauldron. Fiendish Vigor no longer requires you to roll dice when casting False Life. You instead gain the maximum number of temporary hit points. That's nice. Gaze of Two Minds now works on any willing creature, not just humanoids. Gift of the Depths has been moved over. Eldritch Mind has been moved over. Investment of the Chainmaster has been moved over. Lessons of the first ones can now be taken more than once. Life Drinker now lets you deal necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage, and its healing is connected to your hit dice. That will be interesting to see. Master of Myriad Forms now requires level 5 as opposed to level 15. One with Shadows that lets you cast invisibility without a spell slot while you're in dim light or darkness. That's what? Okay. I think it said you turn invisible. I don't think it was you actually casting this spell invisibility. So there's different implications based on that. Otherworldly Leap now requires level 2 as opposed to 9. The Pact things have arrived here. The Pact of the Tome now gives you a first level spell slot. That could be huge. Thirsting Blade returns at level 11. Visions of Distant Realms is now level 9. And Whispers of the Grave is now level 7. Okay. Let's see. Eldritch Mind, advantage on con saves to make concentration. Eldritch Smite. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with your packed weapon, you can expend a Warlock spell slot to deal an extra D8 force damage to the target, plus another D8 per level of the spell slot. And if it's huge or smaller, you knock it prone. That's the same. Eldritch Spear. If you choose a cantrip that does damage and has a range of 10 feet or less, when you cast that spell, its range increases by a number of feet equal to 30 times your Warlock level. Whenever you gain a Warlock level, you can change which of your damaging cantrips benefits from this invocation. Okay. Gaze of Two Minds, Gift of the Depths, Gift of the Protectors. A new page in your Book of Shadows appears when you conjure it. With your permission, a creature can use its action to write its name on the page, which can contain any number of names equal to your proficiency bonus. When a creature whose name is on the page is reduced to 0 hit points, we've seen this one, they're not killed outright, they go to 1 instead. Investment of the Chainmaster, you cast Find Familiar, you infuse the Summon Familiar with a measure of your Eldritch power, granting it the following benefits. Aerial or Aquatic, Quick Attack, Necrotic or Radiant Damage, your save DC, and then Resistance. We talked about lesson of the first ones. Life Drinker. Again, your creature takes a d6 necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage, your choice, and you can expend one of your hit die to roll it and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll plus your con mod. That's actually really good. Kind of healing based on damage. Okay, one with Shadows, Otherworldly Leap, Pact of the Blade. All right, let's see. As a bonus action, you can trace arcane sigils in the air to conjure a packed weapon in your hand, a simple or martial melee weapon of your choice with which you bond. Just like Baldur's Gate, whenever you attack with the bonded weapon, you can use your charisma modifier for the attack and damage rolls instead of strength or dexterity, and you can cause the weapon to deal necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage, or its normal damage. Your bond with the weapon ends if you use this feature's bonus action again, if the weapon is more than 5 feet away from you for a minute or more, or if you die. So they took away the opportunity for Hex Blades to wear medium armor, but they did bring in the ability to use Charisma for your attacking stat to the Pact of the Blade Pact boon, which is again what we saw in Baldur's Gate. So that makes sense. Pact of the Chain, you learn Find Familiar, and cast it without expending a spell slot, and you can choose different options here. Imp, Pseudo-Dragon, Quasit, Skeleton is new, Slod, Tadpole, or Sprite, which is cool. Yep, this push Eldritch Adept makes sorcerers and paladins insane. It does. Additionally, when you take the attack action, you can forgo one of your attacks to have your familiar attack. Pact of the Tome looks to be basically the same. Choose 3 cantrips, 1 spell that has the ritual tag, add them to your book. You gain a first level spell slot. Once you expend it, you can't gain another slot from this feature until you finish a long rest. It can be used as your spellcasting focus. Now, it does say you gain a first level spell slot. I assume this one doesn't also increase like your other spell slots do. So I assume it's just like one more. Like, even if all your Warlock spells are cast at 5th level and you get Pact of the Tome, I imagine that spell is just cast at 1st level, but that might be something to figure out. Repelling Blast, unfortunately, does only work on Eldritch Blast, as mentioned. Thirsting Blade is back here at level 5. You gain the extra attack feature for your Pact weapon only. With that feature, you can attack twice instead of once, and that's that. But get... What? When you reach level 11, you get 2 attacks. Pact of the Blade Warlocks get 3 attacks at level 11, on top of Eldritch Smite and spellcasting. What is happening? That's so good. Wow. Huh. All right. And Life Drinker. Okay, hang on. Let's rewind that back, though. Okay, hang on. Okay. Eldritch Smite. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a packed weapon, you can expend a Warlock spell slot to deal. It's only once per turn, so you can't do it multiple times per turn. They limited it like a Paladin. You can't do it once per turn. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. All right. Hang on. We multi-class our Warlock with a Paladin. We can get, if we start in Paladin, we get heavy armor. We get lay on hands. But Paladin smites are once per turn. Eldritch smites are once per turn. I think if you have both, you can do one of each per turn. I believe, if I'm understanding how they're both written, you could Eldritch Smite with one attack, Divine Smite with another. No. I'm not disagreeing invocations are specifically levels in the Warlock class. I agree. I'm saying you do mostly Warlock, but with some Paladin. And I think you can still use your Pact, from what I can tell. All right, let's do a build real quick. Hang on. So let's see. We want to be... I don't know. We'd have to pull up the other... All right, well, let's go ahead and do it. Hang on. I'm going to go to... I got to pull up the Paladin. From the previous Unearthed Arcana. Let's playtest 6. All right. Not that we needed to start. We're going through this, but now we're doing a build because I'm excited. Because I like where this is going. Okay. The only downside is you can't get both level 11 features because Paladin would get improved Divine Smite, but I think the extra attack from a Warlock is better. So, if we go Paladin, let's look. Okay? So, here we go. We are Paladin. Let's say, for all intents and purposes, we're going to build a level 16 character, let's say. We're going to build a 4-level Paladin. Yeah, because we want Faithful Steed. That might come back to the spell list since they're doing away with that. But we're going to go 4 levels Paladin. We'll do 12 levels Warlock. Let's just say at this instance. So at 4 levels in Paladin, we're going to get 2 Channel Divinities, and we're going to get 3 first level spell slots. That's important. Okay. We're also going to get our subclass, which could be important as well. So we're going to get Weapon Mastery from our Paladin, which is important because now we can use this with our... we only need to have enough strength to multi-class, right? We only need to have 13 strength here. If you want to use heavy armor, consider that, right? You're going to need to have enough strength to... This isn't Baldur's Gate anymore. You're going to need to have enough strength to, wear the armor. But you can get Weapon Mastery, which you can then use on your packed weapon, which you probably couldn't do previously. Then you're going to get Paladin Smite. Okay. You always have certain spells ready, so we're going to have Divine Smite and Thunderous Smite ready to go. You're also going to get a fighting style, which you could choose to go with either dueling if you're going to go one-handed, because again, if you take Paladin, even if you start in Warlock and multi-class into Paladin, you're still going to get medium armor and shields, so you could go one-handed and a sword, or you could just go two-handed. For all intents and purposes, everybody loves the great sword, so let's go with a two-handed build where we're going to go with the great sword. You're going to get Great Weapon Fighting here as your fighting style. You're going to have the opportunity to use Weapon Mastery to get Cleave or Graze on this, so you're always going to do damage no matter what. Okay? And let's see. We have those spells. We have Divine Sense, which is whatever. We're going to get an ability score improvement, and we're going to get our Paladin subclass. Now, you have some options here on what you're going to do with your subclass, right? You could take Devotion, depending on how you want to go about this, and you could, as a bonus action, add your Charisma modifier to your attack rolls, which, again, remember, we're going to be focusing heavily on Charisma here because our Warlock's going to be able to use Charisma for their attack and damage rolls with their weapon. We could use Sacred Weapon here as a bonus action to then bump that up and essentially add our Charisma modifier again to our attack roll to just really boost this thing through the roof if we wanted. We don't have to do that. We could do something, it's also going to give us what? Protection from Evil, Good, and Shield of Faith. The Glory Paladin could get us Guiding Bolt and Heroism, not bad to have, as well as Inspiring Smite might be the way to go. Immediately after you deal damage to any creature with your Paladin Smite, you can use one of your Channel Divinities. Reminder, you do have 2 to give out temporary hit points. We could do Oath of the Ancients for some Ensnaring Strike, Speak with Animals, or probably the one you'd probably want to go with is Oath of Vengeance for Vow of Enmity, where you can just flat out give yourself advantage on attacks, which is huge if you're going to be smiting left and right. Now, reminder here that Divine Smite, in terms of Paladins, because it's a spell now, just got to get down to it. Divine Smite, bonus action, which you can do immediately after you make a melee attack with a weapon or an unarmed strike. As you hit the target, your strike glows with divine power. That target takes an extra 2d8 radiant damage from the attack. The damage increases by a d8 if the target is a fiend or undead. Okay, so that all works. But if we jump back over here to our Warlock friend, now we said we were going to do 12 levels in Warlock, which would give us level 3 spells. Now remember, we can convert our Pact Boon, unless they change this in the multi-classing rules, which we don't know yet. As it stands currently, we can take our Warlock Pack Boon spell slots and swap them over to our Paladin, so we could be smiting with 3rd level spells as a Paladin, if we want. And remember that our spell slots as a Warlock all come back on a short rest. So, we now have, as a level 12 Warlock here, we have 8 invocations, as well as a variety of cantrips, and also Warlock spells. I'm not even going to look at subclasses yet, because we're not even make it there. But we could have Agonizing Blast to give ourselves some range of some kind. But also, at level 12, we could have, or we're going to have, Pact Weapon, Pact of the Blade here, which is going to let us use Charisma for our attack and damage with whatever Pact Weapon, our Greatsword that we're choosing. We also can have this do necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage, some of the least resisted damage types in the game, instead of, bludgeoning, or in this case, slashing damage with our greatsword. Then we can, later on, take Thirsting Blade at level 5 Warlock. So now we have extra attack. And then, again, when we hit level 11, we now have 3 attacks as a Warlock/Paladin, which, again, if we were to look at Eldritch Smite, which we get also at level 5, or sometime in this list here, once per turn, when you hit a creature with a packed weapon, you can expend a Warlock spell slot to deal an extra d8 force damage to the target, plus an additional d8 per level of the spell, and you make that target get knocked prone. So we can first spend a 3rd level Warlock slot to do 3d8 total. Let's see, deal an extra 1d8 plus an additional 1d8 per level of the spell. So I'm sorry, that's 4d8 force damage, if I'm understanding that correctly, to deal an extra d8 of force damage to the target plus another d8 per level of the spell slot. Yeah, so we'd be dealing our 2d6 base damage from the greatsword plus 4d8 force damage. And again, there is no save on the getting knocked prone. Now here's the other thing. Bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting a target with a melee weapon or an unarmed strike. There's actually, as far as I can tell, were we at 5th level spells? Oh, we were at 5th level spells. I'm sorry, you're right. We were at 5th level spells, so 68. My bad. Thank you, guys. So, as far as I can tell, there is nothing stopping you from applying Divine and Eldritch Smite on the same swing. Okay, let's read this one more time. Yeah, one's a spell and one's an ability, right? So the trigger for Divine Smite is a bonus action which you take immediately after hitting a target with a melee weapon. As you hit the target, the strike glows with divine power. The target takes an extra 2d8 radiant damage from the attack. The damage increases by a d8 if it's a fiend. Okay? So, I'm sorry, it is 5. So we'd be using, if we use, because we'd be at 5th level spells, we'd have 3 slots here. So we could be doing 2d8 plus an additional d8 for every slot above 2nd. So 2d8 plus... yeah, we'd be at 68 as well. Am I right on that? Yeah, because there's no limit. So 2 for the first, and then 4 more. So we'd be at 68 radiant damage from Divine Smite. And then if you read Eldritch Smite, once per turn when you hit a creature with your packed weapon. So if I'm correct in the way I see this, you start off ahead of time, start the fight, you cast Vow of Enmity as your paladin, you have advantage on attack rolls. Now it's the next turn, and you go to attack. If you hit once per turn, bonus action, you activate Divine Smite. Use a Warlock spell slot to burn through that to do 68 radiant damage. And then because, again, on the same turn, you can expend a Warlock spell slot to deal that extra force damage, you could be dealing your base greatsword damage, which could be radiant, psychic, or necrotic if you want it to be, using your charisma, plus 68 radiant damage from Paladin Smite, plus 68 force damage from Eldritch Smite. And hang on. Also, with Life Drinker, whenever you hit a creature with your packed weapon, the creature takes an extra d6 necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage, your choice. So we can tack on another d6 necrotic damage to that. Or let's just do all radiant. We'll go all radiant because we're going for Paladin. Your Pact of the Blade's doing radiant damage. You're doing 68 radiant damage from Divine Smite. An extra d6 radiant damage from Life Drinker. Then you're also going to be doing an extra 68 force damage. And you can expend one of your hit dice to roll it and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll plus your Constitution modifier. And that, folks, is attack 1, and in the build we've made, you can follow this up with 2 more attacks. And we're only level 16. There's still another 4 levels to play with, if you want. You could go 16 levels into Warlock now and really start messing around with stuff. I haven't even read through everything, but each one of those attacks, regardless, is still going to do this extra d6 of damage from Life Drinker. And we haven't even looked at our Warlock subclass yet either, or factored in whatever kind of species we have. We have advantage on these attack rolls. There's nothing saying we couldn't proc a crit in there. Can you imagine the damage we could do if we crit on that? Just real quick, run that through your head. I'm not even including things like Hex, which is technically an option you could have in here as well. Just with what we talked about, that would be 12d8 radiant damage from Divine Smite, 12d8 force damage from Eldritch Smite, 46 radiant damage from our Pact Weapon, 2d6 radiant damage from Life Drinker. So what is that? 24d8 plus 6d6 plus your charisma modifier in damage. Yeah, I mean, we could throw elf, be an elf in there, get elven accuracy, roll 3 dice to increase that chance of getting a crit. You could toss in champion, 3 levels of champion fighter if you really wanted to try to proc that crit on a 19 or a 20. Would you also add in strength or only using charisma? It's using charisma in place of strength or dex, so it would only be charisma in this instance. Not also including magic weapons, folks. Why don't we make this a flame tongue sword and then just jack the damage up even higher? Like, there's a lot of things you could do here. All right, let's keep going through our invocations, right? We'll keep going through. All right, where were we? Gaze of Two Minds, Gift of the Depths. That's pretty much the same. Fiendish Vigor is nice because it gives you the maximum amount of temporary hit points. Investment of the Chain Master. I think we kind of looked at this before, but I'm just excited and I'm jazzed and energized now after thinking about all that. Nothing crazy. As a bonus action, you command the familiar to take an attack. It is nice that you can technically have the familiar and the blade, or if you want to get something like you want to use the tome because you can get access to guidance, and then you want to have the blade as well, you could do that. That's pretty cool. Again, jump without expending a spell slot is going to be good because of the adjustments to the jump spell, which we'll get to when we get there. Lessons of the first one's not bad either. It allows you to gain the feat of your choice. Whoa, hold on. You have received knowledge from an elder god, entity of the multiverse, allowing you to gain 1 feat of your choice? Has that always been that? 1 feat of your choice, such as skilled, that lacks prerequisites. This is repeatable. You can just get feats that are... Okay, it has to have no prerequisites, though, so that's the trick. Okay, so that's not as good as I thought. Skilled and tough are 2 examples of things you'd probably take, right? Because you get toughness, and then you'll get all the extra hit points, and you can get skilled to get 3 extra skill proficiencies, or however they're going to work in the updated version here. Lucky, I guess, could also be an option, but just being able to burn invocations if you don't have anything you want to use them for to just get like low-level feats is pretty powerful regardless. Yep, Alert, Polearm Master, Sentinel, all those technically would work because they don't have prerequisites. So, as far as I know. Resilient would work as well, yeah. Skill Expert, yeah, a lot of these, anything that don't have specific prerequisites would work, and there are a lot of them. Remember that we're also thinking, a lot of us, in the expanded universe of extra feats. This is going to be in the 2024 rulebooks, which will have those feats in it. May or may not have prerequisites, depending on what's going on. Okay. Pact of the Chain, Pact of the Tome is the same. I'm still curious about this spell slot. Does it jump up with your other Warlock slots, or is it just always locked into first level? Repelling Blast, we talked about Thirsting Blade. That's where this all got derailed. Arcane Eye, Speak with Dead, and then True Sight. I'm telling you, man, this is pretty good. Warlock's looking real solid. You could build this really nice, like Hexblade Hexblade is a really fun subclass and has a lot of really cool stuff going for it. But you almost don't need Hexblade, and I'm wondering if they did that on purpose. Like, they didn't pick it to bring it forward because they kind of made it almost better with just the invocations. All right, let's go to the Archfey Patron. Okay. Let's see. Okay, these are always prepared now patron spells. They're not like expanded spell list, which is nice. Calm Emotion. Holy cow. When you reach a warlock, okay, the magic of the otherworldly patrons ensures you always have these certain spells ready. Look at level 3. Calm Emotions, Fairy, Fire, Misty Step, Phantasmal, Force, Sleep. You have all of those always prepared on your warlock spell list. Now, you only get 15 spells as a warlock, but this is giving you 5 spells at level 3. That can't be right. It's 5? Okay. Then Blink, Plant Growth, Dominate, Beast. I guess we're going to cover first level because we're not getting our... That's right. We're covering first level 2 because we're not getting our patron at level 1. Dominate Beast, Greater Invisibility, Dominate Person, Seeming. Okay. Level 3, Step of the Fae. You can cast Misty Step without expending a spell slot a number of times equal to your Charisma modifier, and you get them all back when you finish a short rest, or a long rest. Potentially up to 5 free Misty Steps. A long rest is really good because Misty Step is a phenomenally useful spell. It can, in a lot of instances, just be limited by your imagination and what you're able to see. In addition, whenever you cast that spell, you get additional effects. Choose one of the following whenever you cast it. Refreshing Step. Immediately after you teleport, one creature you can see within 10 feet of you gets a d10 temporary hit points. Taunting Step. Creatures within 5 feet of the space you left must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or have disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you until the start of your next turn. Very powerful. Level 6. You can cast Misty Step now as a reaction in response to taking damage, which is a big step up for that. In addition, you get the following options for Steps of the Fae. You have the Invisible condition until the start of your next turn or until immediately after you make an attack roll or cast a spell. Or Dreadful Step, creatures within 5 feet of the space you left or the space you appear in must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 2d10 psychic damage. So first of all, we get it up to 5 times a day if you have a 20 charisma for free with no spell slot usage. We also can use our spell slots to cast it. And then we can choose, I think you could do this every time? Oh, no. In addition, the following effects are now among your Steps of the Fae option. So now at level 6, though, if somebody hits us, we can reaction Misty Step away, and then we could, wherever we land, become invisible, or we could just do psychic damage to those people as we leave. At 10, you get Beguiling Defenses. You are now immune to Charm. In addition, immediately after a creature you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to reduce that damage by half, round down, and you force the attacker to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they take psychic damage equal to the damage you take. Once you use this reaction, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest unless you expend a spell slot when you use it again. Which is also very cool because now this ability that was potentially very limited can be recharged via short rests using your spell slots. Also, notice a very important distinction here. It says when you take damage when you're hit with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage you take by half. That does not say you have a resistance to the damage. That says reduce the damage by half. Which means if this damage from this attack roll happened to be fire damage and you are fire resistant, you apply your resistance first and then reduce the damage by half, effectively quartering the damage because of the way it's written. Something to consider. And then lastly, Bewitching Magic at level 14. Immediately after you cast an enchantment or illusion spell, using an action and a spell slot, you can cast Misty Step as part of the same action, God, so good, without expending a spell slot. So you're going to cast Dominate Person on somebody, and then as part of that same action as casting that spell, you cast Misty Step without expending an action, and then can choose to, say, be invisible, or do psychic damage to them, or what have you. This class was one of the weakest subclasses in the 2014 Player's Handbook, and it has become one of the strongest that we've seen in a while here. Amazing maneuverability in combat, amazing battlefield control. Normally something I would never choose to pair with something like this Pact of the Blade that we're building, but think about how good story-wise and then also combat-wise a Archfey Patron Warlock with an Oath of the Ancients Paladin. You both have this sort of nature Fey vibes going. And also, you could be anywhere on the battlefield at any time with all of these Misty Steps that you have access to. Plus, you could do things like ensnaring strike people, hit them for Nova damage, and teleport away. A lot of crazy stuff here. Okay. Let's talk about the Celestial Patron. Obviously, if we were going to go for this kind of crazy Warlock build, Warlock Paladin build we're talking about, Celestial Patron seems like a good fit. Seems like it would probably be the one you'd want to do because holy, light, radiant, blah, blah, blah. Feyblade sounds pretty cool thematically. Yeah, I like that. Let's call it the Feyblade. That's pretty cool. Let it rip. Feyblade. Anyway, Celestial Patron. Let's see. Patron spells, blah, blah, blah. Celestial Resilience now works with Magical Cunning. All right, let's take a look. You're going to get at level 3, Cure Wounds, Flaming Sphere, Guiding Bolt, Lesser Restoration, Light, and Sacred Flame. Okay, a lot of stuff there. You get Healing Light here at level 3. You gain the ability to channel celestial energy to heal wounds. You have a pool of d6s that is spent for this healing. The number of dice equals the pool. The number of dice in the pool, rather, equals 1 plus your Warlock level. So here at level 3, when you get it, your pool is 46. As a bonus action, you can heal one creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself, spending dice from the pool. The maximum number of dice you can spend at once equals your Charisma modifier. So, again, if you happen to have a 20 Charisma at level 3, you could drop, potentially, all of the d6s on one person to give them a big heal. Roll the dice you spend and restore a number of hit points equal to the roll's total. You regain all dice in the pool when you finish a long rest. Again, this is a very powerful, nice way to get some healing. And important enough, it's not using any spell slots, which is pretty cool. But you also could be using your spell slots for healing because you do have access to things like Cure Wounds. Later on, you do get things like Daylight and Revivify. You now have an ability to bring people back from the dead. Guardian of Faith, Wall of Fire, and then Flame Strike and Greater Restoration. Healing Light is not as good as Lay on Hands. I don't think. But it does have the capability of being done at range and as a bonus action. Because if I recall, Lay on Hands is still an action to do as a paladin. We can go ahead and double check that. Which does kind of make it a little less powerful. Was it bonus action last on Unearthed Arcana? We'll go look. If it's bonus action, then that's a big change. Lay on Hands. He has a bonus action. Okay, so Lay on Hands is a bonus action. So Lay on Hands now being a bonus action makes Healing Light. Lay on Hands has the ability to just pick a number based on your pool, right? So here at level 3, a paladin with Lay on Hands would have 15 hit points worth of healing. And they could just choose to say, hey, how many hit points are you down? 12? Bam, here's 12 hit points. At level 3 here, you've got 4d6, so potentially more than the paladin, but you're literally rolling the dice. You could roll 4 ones, and then you only can heal back 4 hit points. You also can't meter out. You have to choose. I'm going to heal you. I'm going to use a couple of d6s, and then you roll them, and that's how much they heal. You can't roll them and then say, like, meter it out. If you could roll them and then, like, get a pool and be like, okay, you get 6 and you get 4, that could be also a really cool idea for a magic item for a Celestial Pact Warlock. Is a sort of like divine abacus magic item that lets you meter out your healing however you want. And again, it is at range. It's a 60-foot range, which is very nice. If you were able to find a way to somehow increase the healing or like make it be more consistent, then it definitely would beat out Lay on Hands. All right, Radiant Soul. You have resistance to radiant damage, and when you cast a spell that deals radiant or fire damage, you can add your charisma modifier to 1 radiant or fire damage roll of that spell against one of its targets. All right, so they're still keeping that kind of funky wording, but it's still there. Celestial Resilience now here at level 10. You gain temporary hit points whenever you use your magic Cunning feature or finish a short or long rest. So this is finish a short rest, finish a long rest, or take the 1 minute to gain your packed spell slots back from the level 2 magic Cunning feature. These temporary hit points equal your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. This can also be a massive amount of defense here with this, so consider that if you decide you want to go this as opposed to kind of if you want to go with more of like a healing, paladin style of situation there. Let's see. Additionally, choose up to 5 creatures you can see at the end of the rest. Those creatures also get temporary hit points equal to half your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. And then lastly, Searing Vengeance at level 14. When you have to make a death saving throw at the start of your turn, you can instead spring to your feet with a burst of radiant energy. You regain hit points equal to half your hit point maximum, and then stand if you choose. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you takes radiant damage equal to 2d8 plus your Charisma modifier, and each is blinded, and the blinded condition until the end of the current turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Notice there is no saving throw for that. You heal for free, and the creatures of your choice that take this damage just flat out take 2d8 plus your Charisma modifier and are blinded. No save necessary. All right, we'll move on to the Fiend Patron. This is usually my favorite of all of them because it gives you some of the best options, in my opinion. Great spells, great utility abilities, but they did seem like they nerfed Hurl Through Hell, so. Burning Hands, Command, Scorching Ray, Suggestion. When you reduce an enemy to 0 hit points, you gain temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting ability plus your Warlock level. You also gain these benefits if someone else reduces an enemy within 10 feet of you to 0 hit points. That's, again, a nice quality of life that it doesn't require you to do so. But if you were to, say, combine this with the Paladin for the build that we were talking about before, chances are you could be dropping people to 0 hit points pretty frequently. Dark One's Own Luck. When you make an ability check or saving throw, you can use this feature to add a d10 to your roll. You do so after seeing the initial roll, but before any of the roll's effects. And you can use this feature a number of times equal to your spellcasting ability modifier per long rest. Fiendish Resilience at level 10. Whenever you finish a short or long rest, you gain a resistance to a damage type of your choice. And lastly, Hurl Through Hell. The target must succeed on a Charisma saving throw against your spell save DC, or the target disappears and hurls through a nightmarish landscape. The target takes 8d10 psychic damage if it isn't a fiend, and has the incapacitated condition until the end of your next turn, when it returns to the safe space it previously occupied or the nearest unoccupied space. Once you finish use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest or expend a 5th level slot to do so. And lastly, we have the Great Old One Patron. This is also one that was kind of lackluster in the 2014 Player's Handbook. Let's see how we do here. Detect Thoughts, Dissonant Whispers, Phantasmal Force, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, Clairvoyance, Hunger of Hadar, Confusion, Evard's Black Tentacles, Modify Memory, and Telekinesis. All right. Awakened Mind. As a bonus action, choose a creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself. Create a telepathic bond. You and the creature can speak telepathically with each other. And as long as you're within a number of miles of each other equal to your Charisma modifier. Again, potentially up to 5 miles. To understand each other, you must speak mentally in a language the other one knows. Telepathic connection lasts for the number of minutes equal to your Warlock level. Okay. Psychic spells. When you cast a Warlock spell that deals damage, you can change its damage type to Psychic. In addition, when you cast a Warlock spell that is an enchantment or illusion, you can do so without verbal or somatic components. That's pretty powerful. Clairvoyant Combatant. When you form a telepathic bond with a creature using your Awakened Mind, you can force the creature to make a Wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save DC, the creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against you, and you have advantage on attack rolls against the target, or against the creature for the duration of the bond. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. You can also restore your use of it by expending a spell slot of 2nd level or higher. Thought Shield at 10. Resistance to psychic damage, and whenever a creature deals psychic damage to you, it takes the same amount. Very powerful. I think that was original from the 2014. Eldritch Hex. You always have the Hex spell prepared. When you cast Hex and choose an ability, the target has disadvantage on saving throw. Wow! Disadvantage on saving throws of the chosen ability for the duration. So not only are they getting disadvantage on the checks for whatever chosen ability you have, you're also giving them disadvantage on the saving throws. This could be huge because Hex is a bonus action. You could follow up and set up all sorts of combos with your team. And create Thrall. You always have the Summon Aberration spell prepared. When you cast it, you can modify it so it doesn't require concentration. If you do so, the spell's duration becomes 1 minute for the casting, and when summoned, the aberration has a number of temporary hit points equal to your Warlock level, plus your Charisma modifier. In addition, the first time each turn the aberration hits a creature under the effects of your Hex, an aberration deals extra psychic damage to the target equal to the bonus damage of that spell. So this is pretty powerful, definitely a lot more powerful than it was. I still think it's probably the weakest of the ones we see here, though, in my opinion. All right, we are on to the Wizard. Basically, nothing changed with the main body of the Wizard. They just kind of moved some stuff around. They did give them the Scholar ability here at level 2, which is... Where is it? Choose one of the following. You have Proficiency, Arcana, History, Nature, or Religion. You have expertise in that. Okay. Memorize spell is still a thing. It's now a feature. It is no longer a spell that you cast. And then again, we saw Spell Mastery has the opportunity that it's only supposed to be action spells, not bonus action or reaction spells, because they were upset about people possibly having unlimited access to the shield spell, which to me seems like a small price to pay, but either way. Okay, then we have the Abjurer Wizard. It says they now add 1 Abjuration spell to their spellbook. Whenever they gain access to a new level of spell slots in this class, this benefit replaces the rarely used discount. Oh, okay. So this is like people who had a specific spell school had discounts to add different spells to their spellbook, right? To add, like, if you're going to add Abjurer and you wanted to add Abjuration spells to your spellbook, it would cost half the time and half the money. And they said instead of that, you now just add an Aberration spell to your spellbook whenever you gain access to a new level of spell slots, which makes sense. They did say they were going to get rid of Modify and Create spell, so they did. It says now whenever you can spend a spell slot to create the Arcane Ward. You can also expend a spell slot to basically, give it more hit points, basically. Arcane Ward now requires you to spend a spell slot to create it, and allows you to expend a spell slot without casting to restore. So normally it's like whenever you cast a spell, but there's not like a ton of Abjuration spells other than like stuff like Counterspell and Dispel Magic, but you can now just burn a slot to just boost up your Arcane Ward. Other than that, they did add Spellbreaker here at level 10, or they improved it. Or it used to be called Improved Abjuration. It's now called Spellbreaker. You always have the Dispel Magic spell prepared, and you can cast it as a bonus action, and you add your proficiency bonus to the ability check. This is just a really solid, quick way to shut down any kind of spell-related stuff, because this is very powerful. It gets the proficiency bonus to the ability check, which means it's already going to be doing a lot better than a lot of people if they're going to try to roll off for the Dispel Magic. So, and it's a bonus action, so you still have your action free, which is pretty cool. All right, Diviner now adds 1 Divination spell. This is going to be a thing we see across the board. The Third Eye is now a bonus action rather than an action. It allows you to see invisibility instead of having to choose invisible or the ethereal plane. See invisibility lets you do both. So not much here. This is basically, this is basically exactly what you expect with a couple of cleaned up aspects of it here. All right. Let's see, I don't think there's really anything. Sculpt spells. Yeah. No, we already talked about Sculpt spells and Potent Cantrip being switched around. The 2014 version of the Invisible Condition contained an unintentional loophole in some circumstances that allowed an invisible creature to benefit from the condition even when someone could see the creature. The version of the condition in the rules glossary closes that loophole. Okay. Illusionist. Now it's 1 illusion spell. Malleable Illusions is now a bonus action rather than an action. Illusory Shelf can be expended. Can be reused by expending a spell slot of 2nd level or higher. And Illusory Reality has been clarified, noting that it can't deal damage or give any conditions. Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen this one before. All right, then we get into our spells. So again, we know spell lists are gone now. We're back to specific spell lists for certain classes. And some things have changed. We're going to go look at Counterspell right here because this is one of the big ones. All right. Reaction, which you take when you see a creature within 60 feet of you casting a spell with verbal, somatic, or material components. You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. The creature must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the spell dissipates with no effect, and the action, bonus action, or reaction used to cast it is wasted. If that spell was cast with a spell slot, the spell slot isn't expended. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. We talked about it during the stream. I don't know how I feel about this change to Counterspell. What are we thinking, folks? We like it? We don't like it? Nerf because it needs save. Buff because can counterspell any level spell with third level slot. Yeah. So I'll read it one more time, right? You need to see that they have a verbal, somatic, or material component, which has pretty much always been the case because you need to know that they're casting a spell to be able to counter it. The creature must make a Constitution saving throw, the one that you're assaulting, essentially, or the one that you're countering. On a failed save, the target must make a con save, yeah. But you're forcing them to make a con save. On a failed save, the spell dissipates with no effect, but they use their action, whatever they're using to cast it, reaction, bonus action. That's used up, but the spell slot is still preserved. I could see why this might be a thing. If you would want this as the player, that the DM's like, yep, you were counterspelled, and then it's like, okay, well, how long is this going to keep happening? But then it also gives, it works both ways, is my point, right? You could be like, I stopped you from teleporting away, and it's like, yeah, but now I'm just going to do it on the next turn because I still have my teleport spell. I just didn't use it because you stuck me here. So I'm not really sure how I feel about it. I have to get a chance to actually play in a game where somebody used this so I can get an idea of kind of how it works in play. Because I play a wizard and, it's a game that's currently on hiatus, but I play a wizard. Counterspell is a big part of my repertoire. I'd be very curious to see how it works with these new updated rules. Let's see. Jump. Now a bonus action. You touch a willing creature. Once on each of its turns until the spell ends, the creature can jump up to 30 feet by only spending 10 feet of movement. This is 100% how Baldur's Gate 3 works. You can move a little bit in Baldur's Gate 3 and then jump and you're good. And then you can keep moving. So if you take a look at that. It works basically the same way. If you have a 30-foot movement speed and you cast bonus action jump on yourself, you can walk 10 feet forward, jump 30 feet, and then you still have 20 feet to play around with from your original movement speed. And now it also has the ability that when you upcast, jump it at higher levels, allows you to select additional targets. Just trying to see if anybody else has, of higher level spells here. Counterspell, jump. All right, we have Sorceress Burst here, which was the evocation cantrip for sorcerers. Make a ranged attack against the target. On a hit, the target takes a d8 damage. If you roll an 8 on a d8 for this spell, you can roll another d8 and add it to the damage. Whenever you cast this spell, the maximum number of d8s you can add to the spell damage equals your spellcasting ability modifier. You choose acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, psychic, or thunder. I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything crazy about Sorceress Burst. So then we get into the feats. We have ability score improvement, not a big deal. All right, then we're moving into weapons. The heavy property is redesigned rather than being based on size. Oh my god, we could have our great sword wielding halfling barbarian now, folks. I think it's happening. The heavy property is redesigned. Rather than being based on size, it's based on your strength or dexterity score. The flex property is just flat out gone. The push property now works on any creature that is large or smaller and requires you to push the target straight away from yourself. The sap property now works with weapons that have the versatile property or no property. Quarterstaff now has topple. Spear now has sap. Longsword now has sap. Warhammer now has push. Warpick now has sap. All right, let's go look at the heavy. You have disadvantage on your attack rolls with a heavy weapon if it's a melee weapon and your strength score isn't at least 13. And if it's a ranged weapon and your dexterity score isn't at least 13. Yes, longbows for the little folks. Let's go. That is exciting. This is... Take it. Hang on. Let me bring this in for a second here. Do not think, though, for a second, that this isn't between the high highs of Baldur's Gate 3 and the low lows of the OGL earlier this year. Do not think that this is a coincidence that we're getting so many things of what we want. I mean, obviously, Wizards of the Coast has been on an apology tour, right? They've been working to build back up their reputation. We know this. We all know this. I think one thing is for certain, though. You cannot say that they have not been listening to the feedback. It seems to me it's very clear that they are, in fact, listening to our feedback and doing their best. Now, granted, it's not 100%. You can't please everybody. We know this, too. There are some changes that we all don't like, and we're going to make our presence known when it comes to survey time for this, for sure. But they do seem to be listening in some aspects, right? They reverted Warlocks back to the way they were. They've been doing a lot of changing and adjusting. You know, I didn't even have thoughts about the Bear Totem Barbarian. I just was like, that's it. It's great, and it's there. And a bunch of you in the comments were like, no, it's way overpowered. I really like this change. I wasn't making comments saying the Bear Totem was overpowered, but maybe you were, and enough of you were, that they went and tweaked it. So, and you know, I mean, like I said, I don't usually even have an instance of wanting to play a Warlock at all. So Archfey Warlock Patron is just the furthest thing from my mind. I wouldn't care about it at all because I didn't think it was very good. And enough of you were passionate enough about it that comments were made that they retooled the whole thing, and now it's awesome. So no, I'm not in WotC's pocket. We know this. We've talked about this in the past. But I do think they are making steps in the right direction to try and rectify some of the issues and make this game cleaner overall and add improvements to areas where things are very poor. Now, we still have the Monk and the Ranger hanging out there. I don't think Monks are as bad as a lot of people think, having played 2 Monks to like level 15 to 17 in the past in, you know, actual games. Most of them are on stream, so you can see what happened. I don't think Monks are as bad as a lot of people say. I think there are some definite issues that Monks suffer from. I think they need more key points because so many of their abilities are tied to key points. It makes things very hard to do that if you don't have them. Some of the changes we might be seeing might fix some of that. But obviously the Ranger, right? We talked about how many times in this video that we watched earlier today did Jeremy Crawford talk about how they added something to this thing to really give them more of an identity and kind of open them up and add some more spice and blah, blah, blah. What are you doing with the Ranger? It lacks all of the spice. It is the blandest of classes. It has no identity. And, like, I don't know what the answer is, right? There is no... I can't think of a magic bullet because every time I suggest the thing that I think would be a way you fix the Ranger is to say give him an animal companion as a base thing and then make Beastmaster a better version. So many of you will come after me immediately and say, but I don't want an animal companion. I just want to play my Ranger, right? And everybody's like, I don't want to be Drizzt. I want to be Aragorn. And like, maybe just be a Ranger. Don't be one of these archetypical characters. So yeah, I don't know what the magic bullet is to make the Ranger feel unique. It's not giving them Hunter's Mark as a spell and like a couple of other Conjure Volley, Conjure Barrage. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, you very clearly made a big change to say that the fighter is the master, the tactical battle master, right? They have all of this expert knowledge of weapons and other things that they can do to maneuver around the battlefield and do cool stuff. What does the Ranger do? That's not just the rogue or the fighter. Figure that out for me, please. All right, sorry. I got on a little soapbox there. We'll go back to this. I'm going to check your comments before we keep going on. I saved the town from a meteor swarm with counterspell. Oh, he gets another turn. He's going to cast it again, and you don't have your reaction. Yeah, that's a very true thing that could happen. It also makes... I mean, nothing stopped. You can still counterspell the counterspell. That's still a thing. That didn't even. That wasn't. That's what I thought they were gonna change, was counterspelling the counterspell. Like, I cast a spell, you counterspell it, I counterspell you. That seems to still be intact, but um. Let's see. Having a counterspelled. When it was my last 3rd level spell slot, I feel the benefit of the new counterspell. That's fair, right? That's kind of what they're going for. It sounds like what they're saying is the benefit, their original design intention for counterspell was to break up the action of doing the spell and stop it before it happened. That's what they were attempting to have it do. So essentially, skip your turn, right? You lose a turn, right? Do not pass go, do not collect $200, you lose a turn. That's what counterspell is supposed to do, not force you to burn a resource. I feel like that's okay because the person casting counterspell is still burning the resource, but either way. Let's see. I want to hear more about this Pathfinder 2E campaign you're in. Jordan, hello, sir. Sorry, I've been on a soapbox here. Yeah, well, I'm actually playing a druid in that Pathfinder 2E campaign. We'll talk about, let me get through this. We have less than 10 pages to go. We'll go through this and I'll talk about Pathfinder. Rogue is not in this one. Rogue will be in playtest 8. Okay, let's go back because we did see some big changes. The biggest one that we were just talking about that we went on a big kind of rant for is that now small characters can use heavy weapons. It's tied to your strength or dexterity modifier, as shown here. That's an aspect. Now, we got to go back to the last Unearthed Arcana because they did remove some options completely. They removed Flex. Flex was when you hit with a melee attack using this weapon, you deal its versatile damage while wielding with one hand. For those of you who are, kind of out of the loop, that's if you have like a long sword that does a D8 damage or a D10 if you're wielding it with 2 hands. The Flex property allowed you to just wield it one-handed and do a D10 damage constantly. They have nixed the Flex property entirely from the game. I don't know if it'll ever have a chance to come back. I didn't think it was a bad idea, but I understand the reasoning behind getting rid of it. They also said, I just want to point out for those of you who didn't watch my coverage of what happened at Gen Con with the 2024 rules update, that we will be potentially seeing, it sounds like we're going to be seeing new weapon types in the 2024 Player's Handbook, like other weapons besides what's just listed on the screen, which can also lead to potentially more weapon masteries. Also, there's nothing stopping them from adding more weapon masteries down the road and giving like, hey, a longsword has this or this, you pick, kind of a thing. All right, so then Quarterstaff now has Topple, which I also think is funny because it has an ability in Baldur's Gate called Topple. It's the exact same thing. What was Quarterstaff's ability before? Quarterstaff was Flex. Ah, they got rid of Flex. Okay. So that's that. A lot of them got Sap that had Flex. Which Sap, for those of you who forget, which I did as well, is versatile property or no weapon property. If you hit a creature with this weapon, the creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll before the start of the next turn. So that is Sap. A lot of weapons now have Sap in place of what they had before. I don't really understand how you sap somebody with a longsword, but either way, I guess you could do that. It's not a bad move, for sure. There are other, there are some really good ones out there. All right, and then I think that's pretty, is that it? The section on death saving throws has been removed. What's the section on death saving throws? On your hit, 3rd successful death save, you regain 1 hit point, but you are unconscious and start a short rest. You remain unconscious. I guess they just removed this in favor of you're going to continue to use what the 2014 rules were about. I don't think they've changed anything else. No. Okay. We've made it through the Unearthed Arcana. Surprisingly fast. I mean, there were some breaks in there. We watched their whole video up front. We couldn't watch it in expanded speed because we were watching it live. So let's just do a real quick. Jordan, you bring up a good point that sap may become difficult to track, right? So it's I hit you. That creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll before the start of my next turn, right? Who's tracking that? It should be, I guess, the player because you did it. But whereas Flex was just a very easy, I'm doing a D10 damage now. This is providing something else to just possibly get lost in the shovel, especially if multiple people have sap weapons and you're hitting multiple things. But let's go ahead and go kind of up to the top real quick and just give kind of a quick run through about what was in here and what we liked and what we didn't like. Barbarian as a whole, I think I like a lot of what they did. I like the introduction of Instinctive Pounce. I like the updates to Danger Sense and Brutal Critical. I don't like that Indomitable Might is now a level 18 ability. It felt much more useful in the last Unearthed Arcana because it was useful earlier on. It's one of those things that gets outclassed pretty early. Berserker is fine. I wouldn't touch it. Wildheart Barbarian is a little disappointing in the change to the bear totem, but I get it. You also have, some good stuff. You're going to get, you're going to get another skill, and you're going to get expertise potentially in a skill. And the concept of this was they wanted to give more martial combat-only classes some utility outside of combat. And then again, we have our Power of the Wilds here at 14. A little bit of updates here and there. Path of the World Tree, I really have zero interest in at all. Zealot Barbarian got some nice updates. I do appreciate some of the updates that were made there. I think that was pretty good overall. Fighter, massive, big boon improvements to the fighter. I love everything they've done with the fighter. Base fighter is way better to the point where I'd actually consider playing one, which is something I've never thought about doing before in 5e. Really like what they did with that. Battlemaster, a lot of solid improvements there as well. Bringing in a lot of extra. I didn't even look at the maneuvers to see if there was any major changes to the maneuvers, but it says Commander Strike no longer uses your bonus action. Oh, well, let's take a look. I think I missed these. Or maybe I was just too sleepy. I don't know. Some of these we did see. Now let's use your dash action as a bonus action. All right, so the big one here is like Commander Strike now is part of the attack. When you take the attack action, you can replace one of your attacks to have your companion strike. It doesn't require you to use your bonus action to do that. It's just part of the flow, which makes it a lot easier and be more willing to utilize that, which is nice. Let's see. Lunging attack now lets you take the dash action as a bonus action and adds the superiority die if you hit the creature after moving at least 10 feet in a straight line. So let's see. As a bonus action, you spend one superiority die and take the dash action if you move at least 10 feet in a straight line immediately before hitting with a melee attack. As part of the attack action on your turn, you could add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll. Lunging attack is a huge improvement there because it gives you the opportunity to still do most of the stuff lunging attack did, but you're also getting the dash action as a bonus action. There's nothing stopping you from attacking this person and then going away, leaving. What else was there? Parrying now lets you add your strength or dexterity modifier to the damage redirection, which is nice. Roll a superiority die, add your strength or dexterity modifier to it. That's nice. And Rally now uses your choice of intelligence, wisdom, or charisma when determining the amount of temporary hit points gained. Solid. Brawler is the new standout, the monk version of a fighter. It is better in some aspects. I like the improvised weapon stuff. And again, at level 18, it is going to get a bump up to its unarmed strikes to be doing a D10 damage. So not as much as the new version of the monk, but still pretty good. And again, you still have improved specialist or improvised specialist, which is going to let you have your improvised weapons be dealing a D12, which is nuts. Champion, again, more or less the same with a little bit of updates there. And then Eldritch Knight did get some pretty solid buffs, which again, to the point where I'd actually consider playing one, which is a big stamp of approval in my book. Sorcerer, we got some adjustments to the base Sorcerer. Nothing too crazy in my opinion. All good adjustments that we saw across the board, though. Meta Magic's more or less the same. Draconic Sorcery got some benefits here. The wings are permanent now, which is nice. Wild Magic got some big updates to have it be more reliable, to have the Wild Magic surge happen when you want it to, just in general. Warlock got probably the biggest overall overhaul and improvements. The invocations changed drastically in a positive direction. Archfey Warlock is just a monster with how much it can teleport around the battlefield. We made a ridiculous build that can do stupid amounts of damage by going through this. Archfey is, again, very solid, more than it ever was. And then, again, we have the Celestial Patron. Not too much, but, a couple little tweaks here and there. Fiend Patron got a little bit of a nerf in its Hurl Through Hell ability, which is kind of a bummer. And then the Great Old One is just, again, general improvements to what it was. Wizard is kind of the same. And then, again, not too many changes there. Just remove the whole reduce the amount of gold it takes to copy something in by just giving you a freebie spell, which is way better. And then, yeah, we switched back to traditional class lists, which we had not done before, and we changed Counterspell, and Jump is now basically follows Baldur's Gate rules. So that is it for our Unearthed Arcana coverage. I will be doing TLDR versions of basically all of these at some point over the next little bit, especially because I know a lot of you like to use the TLDRs as like concept when you go to fill out the surveys. You like to have the shorter versions of the videos if you want to talk about something targeted. Let's see. Oh, Twin Spell got an update in the Sorcerer. That was one of the other ones, right? It allows you to basically get a free upcast of a spell for the purpose of the cost of sorcery points. You can't pick two targets, but if you have a spell that has an opportunity to pick another target when it's upcast, you can do that by just spending sorcery points instead of a higher level spell slot. So, but yeah, Mr. Jordan, you were asking about my Pathfinder game, which I can show you. It's actually, let's see. Let me pull it up. Let's see. Oh, well, there's me still live. Let's go with, what do we want to do here? We want to go to, oh, did they do, oh, did they just break out specific videos on the D&D channel of this? I guess they did. So I just saw they had that. So let's go here. Oops, sorry, ignore that. Saying one last time you should notice making videos, because I think before making videos to double check the wild sorcerer abilities, because I think they have been printed wrong in the PDF. Oh, interesting. I wonder what makes you say that. I'm curious. Oh, he said it was going to be a D6. Yeah, I'm wondering. Well, I was going to show you the video, but I actually don't know. Is it not on this channel? Let me find out. Okay, hang on. I'll get it for you. We're going to talk about, oh, Bend Luck. Here it is. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, it's a Patreon only situation. But here, I'll show you. Desktop capture. So, the rules lawyer over here on YouTube is bringing back his YouTubers Learn Pathfinder 2E series. So as you can see, there's a whole bunch of us here in this. It's going to be a massive group. I don't know how well it's going to play with I mean, right there we have, what do we have, 4, 6 players, and I think there were some people who didn't show up. So I don't know who all is going to be there, but we'll see. Yeah, Mr. Rex is going to be there. I did hang out with him. He was part of the thing. We're going to be playing through the Abomination Vaults, which from what I gather is basically just a mega dungeon kind of game. So, yeah, this past Monday, we all sat down together to work on characters. And boy, oh boy, did it take me back to my 3.5 days building a character in Pathfinder. Because there's a lot of stuff. But I hear the general kind of scuttlebutt of... so it's available on Rules Lawyer's Patreon. It says excerpts will be on his public channel as well. But we haven't had any game. Our game's not going to be for, 2 weeks? We're not even going to get a chance to play for the first time. It'll be like the 17th of September will be our first actual game. But yeah, I wanted to give Pathfinder 2e a shot. It is very reminiscent of D&D 3.5 in a lot of ways. It has a lot of there's a lot of options. It's prescriptive in the way that 3.5 was, where there's essentially a rule for everything. There's a rule for basically everything. There's a feat for basically everything. There's a spell for basically everything. It unfortunately does seem to still have some of that leftover 3.5e clunk, in my opinion. Because there are some aspects, like, while I love 3.5, and I'm doing a whole series about my first time playing D&D that comes out on Saturdays, but I still feel like there are some things that it didn't do great that 5e did fix. Path Builder is without a doubt, it is a necessity. You need some sort of character builder. If you are building a Pathfinder character, I feel like I would be lost without it. Also, there's just so many options out there now. It's kind of hard to do it without actually having a resource for it, which is something like why, a tool like D&D Beyond can be helpful if you want to have access to all of the things. Yeah, I have to catch up on Project Black Flag. I got a lot of, Tales of the Valiant. I have a lot of stuff going on that's been happening there. They've released the whole alpha release, which I do have a physical copy of around here. Is this it right here? This is it. Yep. Oh, God. Ugh. Yeah, here's the alpha release of Tales of the Valiant. They also did just release the level 1 to 20 version of their cleric class, which I do have to review that. It's just I have so much stuff that just piles up over time, But yeah, I like I said, I noticed some 3.5e clunk, as what I would call it, where, like, I don't know, just stuff they simplified, they consolidated and simplified in 5e, which I think was for the better. Like, I don't know, if you didn't know, in 3.5 and in Pathfinder, ranged weapons, you use your dexterity for attack rolls, but you still use your strength for damage rolls. So if I'm shooting a bow, right, and like it usually has to be a composite bow, which costs a lot more money, so I have to use dexterity to pull it back, but to actually do the damage, it's my strength. Sorry, I have something in my eye. And I need to focus on strength and dexterity if I want to do damage with my weapon. And I don't remember how it was in 3.5, but in Pathfinder, if it's a composite bow, it's half of your strength modifier gets added to your damage, rounded down. So if you have like a 12 strength, you don't add anything to your damage modifier for your bow. You'd have to have a 14 to add a +1, so it would be a d8 +1, stuff like that. So that's how it was back in 3.5. You couldn't add dexterity to your damage. You had to have strength. I mean, that's what I had. Where's my character sheet? It's over here. So my character, from 3.5, he had a bow. And I had 20 strength and 20 dexterity, so I could do damage. And I could only afford a +4 composite longbow, which meant I could only add 4 points of my strength modifier to the damage. So I had to have 20 strength and 20 dexterity to do a d8 plus 4 damage with my composite longbow. Now, I spent a lot of money on this. Is like, spoiler alert for the end of the story, but like basically in one of the second to last sessions, I spent a ton of gold buying like ridiculously powerful weapons, and then like basically the campaign ended before I got to use them. So I had a Flaming Burst Distance Seeking Keen +4 strength bonus composite longbow. That was my weapon that I put my time and effort into building, which meant I had a range of 220 feet. I did a d8 plus a d6 fire damage, and if I crit, it would explode with a flaming burst. It crit on a 19 to 20, did ×3 damage, and would do an additional 2d10. So it was crit on a 19 to 20, 3 times the damage plus 2d10. And then I also had a Flaming Burst Keen Throwing Returning Vicious Longsword, which did 4d6 plus 5 damage, crit on a 17 to 20, did ×2 damage, added a d10 damage, but then also did a d10 or d6 damage to me every time I threw it. Stuff like that. So, yeah. I'm giving it a shot. I wanted to try, Pathfinder. I wanted to give it a shot for a while. So many of you have said, like, oh, hey, you should try it. You'll probably really enjoy it. This 3-action economy system, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I have been... We're also playing with so many, like, additional rules to do stuff. Like, there's like, oh, we're playing with the free archetype rules, which is essentially, like, built-in multi-classing that we have that comes online at level 2. So now you have to not only manage your base class and your ancestry, you also have to manage your skill feats, your general feats, your ancestry feats. You have to manage your free archetype multi-class kind of concept. So it was a lot. But I think I've got just about everything. Let's see if I can pull it up here. Let me pull up this character and I'll show you. Open character. Let me just get it open and I'll show you. I'll pull up my path builder here. I'll probably make a video on it realistically so that you can get an idea of, like, this is like a, hey, I'm playing Pathfinder. Also, here's my character. Let's see, is this everything? Yeah. All right, so here's my character. So yeah, this is my human druid. I don't really know too much about we were all building characters together, but there were so many words being thrown around. Thaumaturge, this, a wrestler, that. I don't really know what everybody else is playing. I know not many people are playing spellcasters because apparently spellcasters in Pathfinder 2e are trash, so I hear. It sounds like martials are just way better, so it's kind of funny because it's like the opposite of D&D. So I guess that's a thing. It's all about the martial classes in there. It's also interesting how many guns exist. Like, I was building an elf character originally, and I was like, oh, what's an elven mithril tree? And it's like, it's not mithril, and it's not a tree. Actually, it's an elven long rifle. Like, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess the elves have guns. But anyway. So, this is my character. He's level 2. I don't know what we're going to have as far as healing goes, so I kind of built my guy to do a little bit more healing, just in case. So I went with field medic as my background, so I'd have battle medicine as a feat, so I can just try. Like, I have the character built out all the way to level 20. Like, I figured it all out what I'm going to do, so it's all ready to go. So you can see, this is pathbuilder2e.com. There's a mobile version on your phone and there's a web app. They are separate from one another, although they're owned by the same person, but they do charge like $6.99 to unlock the full version. It's $6.99 permanently, and then you have everything. So I have, here we can see, here's my ability scores, right? here's, this is my level 1 kind of setup we got going on here. Skill training. Here's where we're at as far as skills go. Took skilled heritage. We went with general training. I got incredible initiative at the start. I figured that would be useful since I'm a spellcaster. Probably having boosted initiative is not bad. Took intimidation. I don't think anybody in our group's focusing on charisma at all. So, and by all means, I'm not focusing on it heavily, but so I took Storm Order. My whole goal was to try to rebuild my 3.5e character, and I start to do that, but I ended up messing up some stuff because I didn't realize, like, I had, like, 2 animal companions, and I was all pumped about that, but I didn't realize I couldn't have them both out at the same time, so I had to kind of switch stuff up. So I took Storm Order. I have, Wild Empathy. We have Stormborn here. Battle Medicine. We get Shield Block for free. At 2nd level, I took Order Explorer so I could get Wild Order so I can Wild Shape. Took Train Animal as a feat. And for my free archetype, I took Beastmaster Dedication so I could still get an Animal Companion. So starting out now at 2nd level, I have Bob. Basically, again, revisiting my character from 3.5. My pet Crocodile. Yes, I 100% know there are better animal companions. Pangolin, fantastic, looks amazing. Bird is great for, like, dazzling with, pecking out of eyes and stuff. But I'm going for a thing here, trying to rebuild some nostalgia, so I'm going with a young Crocodile because that's what I want. I really don't know much about, like, I'm trying to figure out gear and things. So, like, I took Studded Leather and a Hide Shield. I grabbed some, like, generic gear stuff. The spells I took, I don't know, I think they're good. They look to be decent from looking through the spell list here. Electric Arc, Scatter Scree, all this kind of stuff. And then I've got, a handful of focus spells as well. I don't know why the focus points disappeared, but whatever. They used to be there. But anyway. So, yeah. And then, I've got Wild Shape now, too. And then, yeah, I went through and I was just like, well, let me think out what I'm going to do as I level up. And I basically built the entire character from level 1 to 20. And the nice thing about Path Builder is I built everything out from level 1 to 20 here on the side, all the way up. And I figured every single thing out I was going to do in the process. And then the nice thing is it all just sits there in the background and I don't have to do anything. And then if I decide that I get up to level 3, it just gives me all of the stuff that I was going to have at level 3 right here. So I can keep it all just kind of in the tank in the background and not have to worry about it. And then if I want to build up in the future, and obviously things can change based on stuff we might find in the game. If my character dies and I spend all this time doing it for no reason. Stuff like that. But yeah, I decided I was going to focus on trying to get a handful of different things. So, I don't know. We have some more healing stuff. We have 1,000 Faces, so we can wild shape into humanoid form. We got our boosted up animal companion. I went with Intimidating Glare because then I can intimidate people while I'm in animal form if that comes up. Just took General Toughness for extra hit points. Advanced Elemental Spell. We got Heal Animal. We got Nimble Crawl. We got Battle Cry so we can demoralize people as a free action as soon as we enter combat because I think that could be cool to do. Different things here. Robust Recovery. We've got basically Flight from our Storm Order. We got a boosted Animal Companion. We're human, so we can take Multi-Talented, which just gets us another free multi-class at level 9. So we went with Rogue, so we could jump around and get a ton of skills here. We also got some like sneak attack stuff, but we're not going to really use that. But we're getting a ton of skill proficiencies left and right from all these different aspects. Different sort of medicine stuff. Be able to turn into a dragon, which is cool. Stuff like that. Focusing on, influence nature, will become a legendary medic. Specialized Beastmaster Companion, effortless concentration. Boost up our perception abilities. Just for what the hell, level 18, take Blessed One Dedication so we can just have some more lay on hands healing. I don't know. And then we have Scared to Death because I thought that was hilarious that you could literally intimidate somebody so hard you kill them I mean, it'd be level 19, right? Who's to say I'm ever going to get there? Probably not, but I thought it'd be funny to do it. You frighten foes so much, they die. Attempt an intimidation check against the will DC for a living creature within 30 feet that you sense or observe. If the target can't hear you or doesn't understand the language you're speaking, you can take a -4 penalty, but I have intimidating glare, so I can do it with just a look. I think how that would work. And then again, if I critical success the target, if they fail, they're on a failure, the target becomes frightened 1. Success, target becomes frightened 2. Critical success, the target must attempt a fortitude save against your intimidation DC. On a critical failure, it dies. I don't know. I also am not too familiar. Like, I know there's like, you've got like rare skill feats and like uncommon skill feats. And basically all I was told from the other people that I'm playing with is like, that means ask the DM if it's okay. And I was like, oh, okay. But like, I don't know what that means or how intricate that is, because there are some that I would be interested in taking, like skill feats and other things, but I don't know like what I'm allowed to take and what I'm not allowed to take. Yeah, everybody, I saw Reckless Surgery. I don't know. But like, let me go back early on here, where I had some opportunities to take some stuff and I didn't know what to take. I don't know. Like, where is it? Medical researcher, basically using medicine for crafting purposes, for making, all sorts of stuff like that. That's a rare skill. When is it okay to ask for a rare skill? How does that work? I don't know, but that would be pretty useful to be able to craft stuff, but not have to use the craft skill to just use medicine to do it. That would be neat, but I don't know. Do you think WotC will show us the final results of all these UA changes before they hit the book? Or do you think we'll be holding our breath until we get the official book? They've been pretty open as far as things go with what we've seen so far. We did see actually some metrics with actual percentages of approval at Gen Con. They showed us kind of in one of their, in one of the panels, the 2024 rules update panel. They did kind of just have like metrics on the screen that said like, hey, this is the percentage of in 2024 versus, when we did the survey in 2021 of the approval rating of like the Ranger, right? Stuff like that. So they did show some of that stuff. I don't know if we'll ever actually get to see it as the public, but like they're going to be at PAX Unplugged in December. So if they're going to be there in December, potentially, we might be able to do something and see something about it then, which would be very cool to see, because we're going to be very close. It's the first weekend in December. We will be very close to January, right, of 2024. So how close are we going to be? When are the books going to actually release? The other thing that kind of worried me is I thought at some point earlier this year, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they said something along the lines of they're going to be, instead of having these things come out every month, they're going to have them come out every other month so people have more time to kind of marinate on what's going on with the Unearthed Arcana. And that's fine. I don't disagree with the concept of, having this, giving people more time to actually play test it. But that means that we're not going to see Unearthed Arcana 8 till November, maybe, right? I don't know. So I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm excited to give Pathfinder a try. I'm actually going to be doing this later. My wife decided she wanted to instill a family game night every Thursday. So, when the kids get home and after homework and everything is sorted out, oh, looks like I missed a skill here. Oh, well, thievery. Supposed to be religion? Yeah. There you go. Well, I missed that. Fixed it, though. Anyway, my wife wanted to instill a family game night, and was like, we're going to do board games. The boys obviously were like, let's play video games. And I brought up this, because I got a chance to play it at Gen Con. And it's powered by the Apocalypse, so it's easy to run. And I thought, hey, Maybe we do Avatar. And I think that's what we're going to end up playing tonight. Is we're going to do some of the Avatar, the role-playing game starter set stuff. So I've got that. That'll be going on tonight, which will be fun. Ted, do you think if Hunter's Mark could stack with other damage spells, it would be fine without concentration? Give me an example of another damage spell you're talking about. You mean like Hex, or you mean something else? So, you know what? I honestly was looking, because we're talking about Pathfinder, I was looking at the Pathfinder Ranger, because I was like, well, let me see. I was either going to do a Druid or a Ranger, because I was like, those are both things that I have not played in 5e, because, one, the 5e Druid feels like a horribly failed comparison to the Druid that I know and love from 3.5, and I just don't feel like I could bring myself to do it and actually enjoy it. And obviously, we know how I feel about the Ranger. I actually found, I was looking through all my old character sheets, I have quite a few Ranger characters from back in my 3.5 days, because I really like the Ranger. And one of the things, so Rangers obviously had their focus on terrain, right? They had weapon focus, right? They were either going to be archers or 2-weapon fighters. And they had an animal companion. And it just, I don't know, for whatever reason, it felt unique enough. So I said, well, let's look at the Pathfinder Ranger and see kind of what they get, right? Maybe there's something to that. So why don't we do it together? Right here. We're in Path Builder. Here's the Pathfinder Ranger. Okay. So again, human background, the actual background doesn't matter. Human ancestry. Obviously, we want to focus on probably dexterity. Well, dexterity or strength, depending on what you want to do. It doesn't really matter. But we want to look at our class feats. So here they are. We have Animal Companion, right? You could have an Animal Companion. We have Crossbow Ace, deep understanding of the crossbow. We have Gravity Weapon. Again, you're swinging kind of with extra strength behind things. Heal Companion. Obviously, if you have an Animal Companion, that would be what you would do. We have Hunted Shot here. You're wielding a ranged weapon with reload 0. Take 2 quick shots against the one you hunt. Make 2 strikes against the prey. Against your prey with required weapon. We have Monster Hunter. Again, some kind of as part of the action used to hunt prey. You can attempt a recall knowledge check about the prey, and then we have Twin Takedown again. This is for 2 melee. So obviously you can see there's a, do we focus on range or do we focus on 2 weapons? But the other unique aspect that the Ranger here in Pathfinder has is this hunt prey ability. You designate a single creature as your prey and focus your attacks against that creature. You must be able to see or hear the prey, or you must be tracking the prey during exploration. You get a +2 bonus to perception checks when you seek your prey, and a +2 bonus to survival checks when you track them. You also ignore the penalty for ranged attacks within your second range increment against the prey you're hunting. You can only have 1 creature designated as your prey at a time. If you use hunt prey against a creature when you already have a creature designated, the prior creature loses the designation, blah, blah, blah. So they have this kind of hunt prey is kind of one of their unique abilities. It is their kind of standout unique thing that they can do. It's kind of like a favorite enemy, but not to be confused with favorite enemy, because they actually have that as a thing. I don't think it's great, but it's an iconic thing towards them. And then you have, what is your hunter's edge going to be? You're trained a devastating flurry of attacks against your prey. You can do like multiple hits. You can kind of really good at sneaking around and avoiding them. Or again, you train to hit your prey's weak points, so you can do additional precision damage. It is a lot like Hunter's Mark. But then they also have this kind of aspect of, and I think the difference is it's not a spell. And honestly, I know that sounds dumb, but that might be the difference. Hunter's Mark is just a spell. And it's not iconic, in my opinion, right? I mean, you wouldn't say that Hex is the iconic spell of the iconic, unique spell of the Warlock. It's obviously Eldritch Blast, right? But, Warlocks also have a ton of other things going for them, right? They have the invocation system. You have the way Pact Magic works with the upcasting, Mystic Arcanum, the Pact Boons, things like that all make the Warlock feel unique. Hunter's Mark, as a spell, doesn't really feel like, it's basically similar to Hex. It doesn't feel like it's a standalone, divine, unique thing, but possibly part of the reason why some of this stuff seems a little more unique in Pathfinder is just the concept of the overly prescriptiveness of the actions and things you can do, right? You can track a prey, you can seek things. You have a bazillion actions that you could build. Here, look. I mean, look at all these actions, right? Administer first aid, affix a talisman, aid, arrest a fall, avert gaze, avoid notice. This is also part of the thing I'm talking about 3.5e clunk, right? You have an action for everything. Command an animal, conceal an object, cover tracks, craft, crawl, create forgery, create a diversion, defend, delay, demoralize, detect magic, disable a device, disarm, dismiss, drop prone. There are 1,000 different things you can do here, which is, again, part of the problem as why something like Pathbuilder here is a hugely useful tool to kind of put these all in person, tell you what kind of action economy it takes to use them. And here's hunt, prey, hustle, identify, interact, leap, learn a spell, lie, long jump, mount. We have, what do we have? Seek. We have track. There's all this kinds of stuff. And I think that might be why. I'm not saying it's a good system. I'm just saying there's a lot of shit that you can do. And having any kind of ability that allows you to be slightly better than everybody else at that one thing, like hunt prey. And then obviously hunt prey has a lot of interactions with other things, and that might be the other aspect of it. Hunter's Mark doesn't have any interaction beyond the fact that it's Hunter's Mark. It's usable once per turn now, and you could do an extra d6 damage, and possibly more if you cast it with a higher spell level. Hunt prey is integrated in the Pathfinder Ranger into like all of its later abilities. Like all of the kind of class feats that you take will give you some other unique way to interact with hunt prey, right? We saw hunted shot was you take 2 quick shots against the one you hunt. You make 2 strikes against your prey with the required weapon. If you hit both, if both hit the same creature, combine their damages for the total purpose of resistance and weakness. Apply your multiple attack penalty to each strike normally. And then you can have things like favored terrain for hunting your prey in a certain type of terrain. Quick draw, all these like general things to work things out better. And then it's like, okay, well, later on, your animal companion can benefit from your hunter's prey feature. So I think that might be part of it. Like Hunter's Mark, I don't think is iconic. I've talked about that. It doesn't feel different. It's just a first level spell. Maybe if it was a more advanced version of like, kind of almost like Favorite Enemy was, but with like a little something more. And then other things that happened down the line boosted that in some way. Maybe then it would feel more unique. But I feel like both of those are just like, they're lesser versions of things that already exist in 5e, right? Like the Scout Rogue just shits all over the Ranger in almost every aspect. They get survival and expertise in survival at 3rd level. You're already sneaking around the battlefield. You're designed to be a woodland type person. I think you get advantage or expertise in survival and nature at level 3. And you still have like sneak attack as a standalone thing, plus, all the other stuff that you get, the ability to move around and battlefield and all this other kind of stuff. So like I said, I don't know what the answer is. I wish I had a magic bullet that could fix Ranger immediately. The one I keep bringing up is Animal Companion. I keep getting told I don't want an Animal Companion. That's too much work, or I don't care about it, or whatever. And that's fine. I respect your need to not want to have an Animal Companion. I just don't have a better answer for you, unfortunately. I don't know. Yeah, Pathfinder Ranger doesn't get any spells. That's the other part of it. It's a non-magical class, so that's part of it. Yeah, I think somebody said they do get focus spells. Yeah, depending on what you do, they can get focus spells. Yeah, we've been doing all sorts of stuff. But anyway, my point is, I don't really know what the answer is to make the Ranger in 5e feel iconic. It just, maybe they've done too good of a job with the fighter, especially now with the new updates to the fighter we just talked about. And then again, the updates to Rogue. And the fact that Scout Rogue even exists. I made a video a while ago called The Better Ranger. And it was basically a combination fighter, Scout Rogue. And it's just better than the Ranger in every way. You pretty much do everything a ranger can do and do it better than the ranger. Have more damage output, and all this stuff. The only thing it doesn't have is potentially access to an animal companion, because the only way you can get that is Beastmaster, I still think building the ranger off the Warlock chassis is a good idea. It's not a bad idea. Well, the problem is currently the direct analog to the ranger is the paladin. And paladin is one of the best, cleanest design classes in 5e. Granted, they did nerf it a little bit in the updated 2024 rules, which you may argue one way or another is warranted or not, but it still holds its own as a class. Whereas I feel like, again, it's the charisma-based D10 half-caster. And the ranger is supposed to be the wisdom-based D10 half-caster. And I feel like Paladin is just out there doing great stuff, getting things done, and Ranger's still kind of waiting to figure out what they're supposed to do. Well, so I get a lot of people keep saying they don't want an animal companion to be the main identity of the whole class, but like, pet classes are a thing. Like, that's a thing that exists in almost all video games. Like, this is the pet class. And I mean, like, again, like I said, it might be that the Beastmaster Ranger is just better, at being an animal companion master, right? That's their whole thing. They're the Beastmaster. They get benefits. Their animal companion is better, stronger, what have you. Could it just be familiar? Could it just be like find familiar? And then like, you get a boosted version of that as a Beastmaster? Would that satisfy everybody? You know what I mean? Like, could that do it? Ranger should get to choose between animal companion weapons or spells. Getting rid of the disadvantage part of the range increment for Rangers would be interesting. Maybe they should just change the Ranger into a Power Ranger. Call Dragonzord, yeah. Ranger should get the Warlock treatment. Paladin is still very strong. I agree, Ranger is the flip side of the coin of Paladin, but they refuse to give them any abilities that can rival Paladin. Yeah, but if you say Paladin, most people have similar image, but Ranger, you get Drizzt or even Legolas. Yeah, I mean, the problem is we'll always hear this thing like, Aragorn's a Ranger. I want to be like Aragorn. And it's just like, so is Drizzt is also considered a Ranger, and both of them really aren't Rangers. Honestly, it's a terminology used in the language. It's a nomenclature thing, not a class thing. I mean, you could technically make the argument that Gandalf isn't even a wizard. He's more of a fighter. I mean, honestly, it really depends. You can make a lot of arguments different ways, and it really doesn't even matter. But, like, I mean, if you were to look at the official stat blocks for some of these things, like the official stat block for, like, Drizzt, he's a fighter. Right? He's not a ranger. I mean, sometimes they give him a level of barbarian from his time in the Underdark. Sometimes they give him ranger. And hell, now he's a monk. So I don't really know. He's all over the place. The dude's multi-class and left and right. It is what it is. Let me see. Here. Well, I mean, I didn't want to get onto a Ranger rant, but, it's me, so why wouldn't we? Let's go ahead and pull up the 3.5e Ranger. Okay. Here it is. Here's the D&D 3.5e Ranger. By the way, it used to be a D8 hit die back in the day. See, another thing is we don't really get skill points anymore, which is something like you got more skill points as a ranger. This is, present the fact that a ranger gets like proficiency in 3 skills at level 1, as opposed to 2, like a lot of the other ones. So here it is. First off, we get track, which is a feat, because again, we talked about how back in 3.5 and again in Pathfinder, they don't feel uncomfortable giving you feats as class features. And you got your first favorite enemy, and you got wild empathy. Now, this is a thing. This still exists in Pathfinder 2e. A ranger can improve the attitude of an animal. This ability functions just like a diplomacy check to improve the attitude of a person. The ranger rolls a d20 as a ranger level and charisma modifier. Essentially, we saw this in Pathfinder 2e. It kind of exists in 5e in like some forms. But basically, yeah, you get an opportunity to like kind of calm natural wildlife around you. You get track, the track feat, which the track feat is a whole thing. Like there's a whole huge table. Like look at this. This is tracking in 3.5. Okay, this whole section here. This is all different aspects of how tracking works, because it was that prescriptive, which also made it feel more beneficial if you could track, because there was all of these rules around tracking, right? To find tracks or follow them for 1 mile requires a successful survival check. You must make another survival check every time the tracks become difficult to follow. You move at half your normal speed. The DC depends on the surface, right? So here's all the different track DCs: very soft ground, firm ground, hard ground. And then again, there are all these different modifiers. Here's all the different kinds of things. And a ranger automatically has track. They need not select it. This feat does not allow you to find or follow tracks made by a subject of a pass without trace spell, right? This is a whole section on just how to do tracking, and it's a feat that allows you to do it. So they also got that. And the other thing they got was their first favored enemy. And look, you didn't even get spells till 4th level. And technically, if you didn't have a high enough wisdom, you didn't get any spells till 6th level. So favored enemy, here's what it did. At 1st level, a ranger may select a type of creature from among those given on the table that you see above my head here. The ranger gets a +2 bonus on bluff, which would be deception, listen, which would be perception, sense motive, which would be insight, spot, which would also be perception, and survival, which would be survival checks when using these skills against that type of creature. Likewise, they get a +2 bonus on weapon damage rolls against such creatures. You just do more damage. This is your favored enemy. You are an expert at dealing with them in some aspect, right? You're good at lying to them, finding them, learning what they're about, tracking them down, and destroying them, okay? At 5th level, and every 5 levels thereafter, the ranger may select an additional favorite enemy from those given on the table. In addition, at each interval, the bonus against any one favorite enemy increases by 2. You pick. So at 20th level, you will have 4 different favorite enemies. 1, 5, 10, 15. 5. You'll have 5 different favorite enemies, and some of them you'll have at least a +2 in all of them, but some of them you will be better at hunting than others, so you'll have possibly a +4, +6, maybe more on all of the, again, deception, perception, blah, 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 all these checks, and then also the damage that you do to them, right? All right, then if we continue on, right? Combat style. This is the other thing I was trying to tell you about. A ranger must select one of 2 combat styles to pursue: archery or 2-weapon combat. So you can focus on dual wielding or a bow. And it gave you feats that boosted up either your bow stuff or your weapon stuff. Then you got endurance as a feat, which was just kind of like, again, an outdoor kind of hardy thing. You get a bonus to checks being outside, constitution checks made for running, swimming. It would probably just give you proficiency in constitution saving throws, realistically, is how you would do this in 5e. Then you got an animal companion. It was an automatic thing. You got it at 4th level. Now, again, another thing that 3.5 did a lot better than a lot of other things is they had a lot of replacement features. You could choose to maybe not get the animal companion, and in favor of animal companion, you could get this thing. If you wanted to go spell-less ranger, where you didn't get spells, but you got something else, that was an option too. You also get your spells again at 4th level. Your combat style goes up. Woodland Stride, we kind of have this called, I think, Land Stride in 5e. Swift Tracker, you can move faster while tracking stuff. You got Evasion, again, like rogues have. Combat Style Mastery, you got Camouflage for better hiding, and then again, eventually Hide in Plain Sight. So a lot of this, again, you're getting a lot of different feats and things for dealing with extra types of, becoming a master archer or a master dual wielder. And then again, you were also getting things like spells. You had your animal companion that could improve. There's an option to get rid of animal companion and get just feet. Yeah, and there was also an option to get an animal companion back. Like if you had an option that at 3rd level or at 4th level when you got the animal companion, there was a better option you wanted, you could just get that, and then possibly get animal companion later on as like a different option. There used to be this really good website, and I don't know if I have it. D&D 3.5e Ranger Feats. I can't remember. There was a really, really good website that this guy had put together, and it had basically everything, all of the feats. Do I have it here? I don't think I have it here. I think I have it in the other room. And he basically just had like all of the feats organized for like everything in 3.5. And it was so good because you could just search through them. I don't think it was D&D tools. I think it eventually got taken down. I don't remember what it was, but either way. Let's see. Yeah. I feel like it was Crystal something. I don't remember what it is, though. I have to go look. But either way, like, there were so many different things, but so many different replacement class features and stuff like that. Let's see. 2.5e Ranger. Variant. There's a variant class features. That's what we were looking for. I'll go look at D&D tools. Maybe it was D&D tools. Maybe. It wasn't D&D tools, but it looks like he basically has everything. The Brilliant Gameologist, was that it? No, that was the forum. Was it Marvin TPA? I have so many like old 3.5 stuff saved all around that I just don't remember what it is. Yeah, there are multiple books dedicated to all of the classes specifically back in the day. And like you could find so many builds and stuff that people put out on there because I feel like people were a lot more active on forums back in the 3.5e days. So you could find a lot of stuff. A lot of people giving you. They also had a lot of like multi-class combo feats where you could combine like, oh, I'll be a ranger and a scout together and get all these extra awesome benefits. Here, give me 1 sec. I will go pull the sheet from the other room. All right, I found them. I don't think I have all of them, but I have, what is this? Cleric. It's a ninja. They were on sheets like this. They were all like PDFs. And it just had everything. All different ways to do skills. And I downloaded all of them. Let's see. D&D 3.5e feats based on Subclass. Feats based on class PDF. Where the hell was it called? Oh, it was Crystal Keep. That's what it was. Here it is. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Found it. Crystal Keep. Here it is. This PDF had basically everything. So you could see, if I were to go here to Ranger, there was favorite enemy feats and then bonus Ranger feats. Gotta go to page 85 for this. Okay, right? All these different things here could do different aspects and alter the way your favorite enemy, and you interacted with your favorite enemy, which was, again, part of the process back in the day, which made it kind of unique. You had the favorite enemy, and then you had all these different feats and things you could take to alter the way you did it. Improve favorite enemy could improve the damage. You have different things for intimidating them. Choose one of your favorite enemies to become your nemesis, and it'd be a whole thing with that. Get different tactical advantages, trophy hunting, blah, blah, blah. Here's, again, bonus Ranger feats and things. But yeah, like I said, there's all these different options. These are just Ranger-specific favorite enemy feats. There are a ton of other feats that probably apply to Rangers as well, especially if you did, like, again, dual combo multi-classing and stuff like that. So we talked a little bit about the hunt-prey concept in Pathfinder 2e. We talked about the favorite enemy concept in D&D 3.5. So the question ultimately becomes, what could you do in 5e to give the Ranger its own identity? Like, what options are there? Yeah, I'll drop the link. Hang on, let me get it. I'll pull it back up. Let me pull it up. Hang on one sec. Where is it? Is it this? No, that's not it. Hang on, let me get it. I don't know why it didn't show up in my history. I just had it open. There you go. Here it is. You're gonna want to look. I don't know how easy they are to find anymore. But I don't even know if this will take you there. Yeah, here, I'll give you a shot. You see if this works for you. I don't know. I don't know if that'll take you there or not. It might not. Or it might. Yeah. So what you really want to look up if you're still in the world for 3.5 stuff is any of the stuff by Crystal Keep. They had everything back in the day. And they were one of the best sites out there. So somebody brought it up, and I was going to do it, so we're going to do that too. Ready? Now, what are we going to do? So, like I said, I really don't know what the magic bullet is. And this was, what I pulled up there was the Crystal Keep stuff for feats. There's also one probably for variant class features as well. I don't know if they had those in there, but there were so many different options for that too. And I mean, you could look up like, and so many people had, what are they called? Guides. D&D 3.5e guide, I guess is what we want to call it. D&D 3, sorry, I should put Ranger in there. Ranger guide. Yeah, a lot of these, unfortunately, also went the way of the WotC forums, unfortunately, because the Wizards of the Coast forums had all of these builds on them, and then everybody basically just decided to get rid of them. Wizards of the Coast said, "Oh, nobody's using them. We'll just get rid of these forums," and then a lot of stuff was lost there, unfortunately. Okay, here. Let's see. If we were to go here, this is just a min-max forum from back in the day. This isn't the best one. There's better features out there. But here are some alternative class features for the 3.5e Ranger, right? You know, we can see all these things, right? Are you going to be more of a urban ranger? Here's like trap expert. These are all things that can replace different things at first level, right? Replaces favorite enemy, arcane hunter. Arcane spellcasters is favorite enemies, right? That's that one, right? Champion of the Wild replaces spellcasting. Exchange your spells with 4 feats, but most of the feats listed suck. I mean, again, this is people's opinion, but you get the point, right? Okay. Replaces wild empathy. Get rid of the nature abilities interested in trade. Specifically, if you have low charisma, or if you plan to give specific orders to your companion in combat. If not, buy a wand, blah, blah, blah. Right? Trap expert. Here, animal companion. An alternative to standard animal companions, right? Distracting attack replaces animal companion. Note that the enemy is considered flanked after the first attack, and this feature doesn't improve. Useful to archer, thrower, rangers. We could have a Finkskin companion. We could have a spiritual guide. We could have an urban companion, which is more like a dog or something more set for an urban environment. Right? We have all of these different things that we could get. And then obviously there was racial substitution levels were a thing too, right? So if you were an elf ranger, you could replace certain features, standard favorite enemy, with a servant of Lolth thing where you're after drow specifically. There were so many things, and I could sit here forever. There's campaign specific substitution levels. There's the various different rangers. There was the spellless ranger, the prestige ranger, the wild shaping ranger that kind of had some druid capabilities here. There was a ton of different things you could do, and feats and abilities that could drastically change the way you played the game to essentially make one ranger be drastically and completely different from another ranger sitting at the same table, depending on how you went about it. And then they had the multi-class feats, right? You could be a ranger monk, and they had the ascetic hunter that would combine levels of ranger and monk to give you combo stuff. Swift hunter was probably the big one, and it obviously had its whole handbook written about it. Dictum Mortuum is probably the one guy that I would always go to back in the day for some of the best build guides out there, right? Is one of the best from back in the day. And this was a combination of the Scout class, which is very reminiscent of the Scout Ranger in a lot of ways, or Scout Rogue, rather, and the Ranger. It is where you comboed the two together because Swift Ambusher gave you a bunch of stuff that synergized together. You would get this, right? So it would boost your skirmish damage, which skirmish damage was essentially like sneak attack, but instead of sneaking, you had to move a certain amount of distance before you could fire. It was like you had to move 10 or 20 feet before you could shoot, and if you did that before you took a shot, it would do this extra damage, right? But also, if you had the Swift Ambusher feat, as you could see here, it would combine favorite enemy and skirmish together. So, like, if you had 10 and 10, you'd essentially have all of the combination of having favorite enemy and skirmish, which was a cool thing they used to do. So, like, you'd still gain levels or abilities. Certain abilities would level up as if the two level, you were combined and had full levels in both. Again, we're going out of control here, but that's what I'm saying. There's like a lot of craziness they used to do back in the day. Also, somebody brought it up, and we're going to do it, because what if we just follow what Wizards of the Coast seems to be doing and follow in the footsteps of Larian Studios, and let's see what they did with the Ranger, because they also did a pretty good job making the Ranger not suck in this game as well. Let's even try it on the hard mode, just for the hell of it. Yes, I agree. The fact that Ranger doesn't do extra damage to favorite enemies is stupid to me as well.
Who are you?
So we'll go build a character real quick here in Baldur's Gate. We'll be stereotypical. I guess we could build something a little bit different since we get all of these other things. I don't know. Maybe a Tiefling Ranger, maybe. Human. We don't need the weapon proficiencies, that's the trick. Right? Yeah, we'd be a Tiefling. Why not? We'd be, I wish you could see what you got at later levels, because I always forget. Yeah, we'll be a Zariel Tiefling Ranger. Now, I think they did a better job than Wizards of the Coast did, which, you know, it's hard to do a worse job. So we have our Ranger here. We get our Natural Explorer ability here, and we get either Beast Tamer here, which gives us Find Familiar without expending a spell slot. Urban Tracker, proficiency in Sleight of Hand. Again, Urban Tracker used to give you more. A lot of these used to give you more in early access, but they didn't actually end up becoming like a thing. I think one that gave you proficiency in Thieves' Tools, but they got rid of Thieves' Tools proficiency. I want to say one of them made you like better at slipping like when you were captured, but I don't think they ever really did much with that either. Then you can get resistance to cold damage, fire damage, or poison damage, right? Then you can go to favorite enemy. You can go Bounty Hunter, which is going to give you, what? Proficiency in Investigation. Creatures hit with your Ensnaring Strike have disadvantage on their saving throw. We have Keeper of the Veil, proficiency in Arcana, protection from evil and good. We have Mage Breaker. We have the Ranger Knight, which gives you History and Heavy Armor proficiency. And the Sanctified Stalker, which gives you proficiency in Religion. And you can cast Secret Flame. Now, Ranger Knight sounds like a good idea for heavy armor, but I feel like we're going to focus on dex here, so we're probably not going to need heavy armor at all. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe Bounty Hunter feels like a good one to have. And then we'll choose Beast Tamer so we can get Find Familiar. I mean, maybe that's the play that so many people don't do. So you can get, like, Find Familiar as an option. So, like, that's how we do the Animal Companion for the Ranger in 5e. I don't know. Perception, Animal Handling, Nature. Take off Animal Handling and put on Stealth. The worst thing for me is none of the favorite enemy options feel very Ranger to me except by Bounty Ranger. The Ranger Knight is completely nonsense. Yeah, I mean, you know. It is what it is. Unfortunately. Question: as someone who doesn't play Baldur's Gate 3, what does a Ranger do that's better than anybody else in the game? Honestly, you know, at this stage in the game, not a whole lot different than, say, a fighter at this point. I mean, I have, at level 1 here, we have a familiar, which isn't much different than a wizard, but we have a familiar as a ranger. We have the proficiencies, a couple more skill proficiencies, right? We could obviously get more if we took, if we were a different race that wasn't a tiefling. If we were something like, again, drew the stereotypical wood elf ranger, you'd get proficiency in stealth and perception just from being an elf. You also get extra movement speed. It really comes down to the subclasses, I think, a lot for the ranger in Baldur's Gate. So, just hit randomize appearance a couple times. I mean, it gave them a little bit more of an identity than D&D did, but not much. Oh, maybe, you know what? We'll just go. We'll do the stereotype. Elf. Wood elf. Abilities. Change. There we go. Got all of these things. All these skills. Alright. And then we'll be a lady elf, too. How about that? We'll randomize her appearance. See what she looks like. Some crazy hair options here. Yeah, I probably should change the stream title. You're right. It's not as easy as it is. Well, it's not difficult, but... Should know this, but is it a ranger or a druid that gets to speak with animals as a starter spell? That would be, as far as, well, rangers don't start with spells in 5e or in Baldur's Gate 3. So,
You need a guardian.
yeah, it would be the druids start with speak with animals.
You still streaming?
Yes.
Holy.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Can you pick up the kids?
Yeah, you on the lawn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I could do that.
Okay.
Okay. Bye, hon.
Bye.
Yeah, you know what? It probably would have been easier to do that. Instead, here I am with another Baldur's Gate 3 character. Do we have a character? We could probably just load a game. You're right. We could just respec somebody. Now, let's see. I gotta find one that's not gonna break the game.
Head.
Hello? Okay. Hey, buddy, what are you doing down here? Come here. Oh, say hi to everybody. They have a visitor. Huh. What are you doing down here? Causing trouble? Silly boy. All right, let's go back to I don't want to. I guess, like you said, we just don't have to save it, but I don't want to spoil anything for anybody by accidentally clicking on the wrong thing, because like I have stuff that's like way late in the game, and I don't want to screw that up for anybody. Hi. Yes, I know. Oh, thanks for that. Right in the face. Let's try this. Yeah, good boy. You're not supposed to be down here right now. Hmm? Trouble pup. Yes. I'm reloading. Here, we could do that. We could go back to... yeah, it was a good idea. I'll just go check one of my old saves. And we'll just respec the character into a ranger. I don't think I'm at a spot that's any spoilery for people who are who haven't played the game yet. Also, I just want to try. I also want to do a playthrough as a ranger. Because I want to see what it's like. Because I also heard, like, if you have... I have finished the fight, yes. I have finished the game. I beat the game a couple weeks ago. Or a week ago? Maybe a week ago. I beat the game. So... Can you say hi to the people, Adam? You good boy? We gotta go get your... we gotta go get the boys from school. Yeah, we gotta go do that. We're gonna stay home though, I know. Yeah, I was kind of procrastinating towards the end, and I didn't want to get it accidentally spoiled for me, so I kind of powered through to the end. But in that particular playthrough, I missed so much. So, all right, let's go to camp. Mine camp? No, no. You don't want to. Oh, jeez, buddy, you're falling out of my lap. Okay. Where's Withers at? Where the heck is he?
What path lies before me?
Hi, Adam. I'm trying to find Withers so I can respec, but I don't know where he is. Past the Traveler's Chest, you said? Oh, there he is. He's hiding here. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely game mechanics that you can abuse. For sure. Okay.
Thou hast now a bosom companion. Take care that thou art not distracted. Recall
Okay, Withers.
fate. Dost thou require a new as thou did?
Well, I think just to save myself the time... Oh, wait, no, we want to go... We'll go Ranger Knight since I already have heavy armor on. Hi. Okay. So now we're multi-classed in Ranger. We're horribly encumbered because we just tanked all our strength. So now we got a fighting style. We'd probably choose archery. We're gonna get spells. Probably choose ensnaring strike, maybe, or maybe we go with Goodberry, Hail of Thorns. Why not? Then it's gonna get us to our subclass, right? Where we get the option of Gloomstalker, Beastmaster, and Hunter. Now I know that Gloomstalker is the real winner as far as like damage output goes, but we're gonna choose Beastmaster because we can, and we're gonna choose, oh, I don't know, Hunter's Mark probably. Get a level up here. To defeat, we'll choose ability score improvement. Bump up that dex. Well, obviously we would do things a little bit differently, and I haven't gotten to a certain part of the story where that would make that a 20. But what else did we get? We now have extra attack, and we also have Companion's Bond. Your proficiency bonus is added. Bond between you and your animal companion goes stronger. Your proficiency bonus is added to its armor class and its damage rolls. And we now also have second level spells. Spike growth is actually really powerful in this. And Barkskin's kind of useless, so I guess we'll probably take that. Speak with Animals is a lot of fun in this game for sure. We also now got another favorite enemy, so we can pick a different one from here. We'll choose Bounty Hunter, and another Natural Explorer. We'll choose Resistance to Fire Damage. We got 7th level. We got another option, which is your animal companion can dash, disengage, and help as a bonus action, which is a nice change. We'll probably take Path Without Trace. That's where we're at right now. Now, again, like I said, I'm horribly encumbered. But we have the options right here for... We can get this from over here. We can go Find Familiar, Summon a Raven. Here we go. Summon our Familiar. And then we can go Ranger's Companion. We obviously want the bear. And now we have an armored bear companion here. Now he also can, if I recall, level up and stuff as we go along here as well. He's level 7, as you can see. And then he's got abilities, right? He's got his claws do 3 to 10 damage, a d8 plus 2. He's got goading roar, roared nearby enemies to goad them into attacking you. He's got honeyed paws, to disarm. And then again, we can just dismiss him. And he's got help and disengage as an action, but also as a bonus action. Then we've also got our familiar over here who can blind people and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's one that I definitely want to play through, and I wish I had a higher level character that wasn't in a very spoilery area where I could show you all of the different features for the Beastmaster. But it does feel like it would be better. And I think I might even do that. We might stream some Ranger gameplay just to see. You getting down, buddy? Just to see how things go in the world of Baldur's Gate. Because it does feel like the Ranger feels stronger. I mean, ultimately, though, to the point we were making before, I feel like, for the most part, most of the stuff that the Ranger can do can be handled by a fighter or a rogue in Baldur's Gate. But that's the other thing, to your point, the familiar and the animal companion both get their own action. I also kind of like that spiritual weapon gets its own action and kind of acts on its own turn. I kind of like that. I think it might be something I want to implement into my base 5e game. So, anyway, I do have to run and get the kids from school. This has been a 5-hour live stream, so I think I'm going to go. I have played Solasta. I like Solasta quite a bit. I actually did some promo for them way back in the day, so you can actually find some Solasta playthroughs here on the channel if you go way back. And by way back, I mean like 2 years ago, but anyway. I should go. I'll have more content. I also will have content rolling out for Phandelver and Below. I have a video that I just haven't published yet about all the new magic items in Phandelver and Below because that came out on D&D Beyond. So, anyway, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.